Dr. Elena Nachintu, and I'm the Programs Director for Babies and Mothers Alive Foundation, which is a partner with 302. And the main reason for our partnership is what you're going to know in the next couple of minutes. However, I just want to give you a brief of the Babies and Mothers Alive Foundation, which is an NGO currently in 4 districts of Uganda. And like our vision is, we envision a world where maternal and newborn health is accessible to all. And our mission is mainly in creating partnerships that promote what we want to achieve in Uganda. And because of our vision, that's how we come into the partnership with 302. We have quite a number of projects running under Babies and Mothers Alive Foundation. We have an adolescent component that works with over 1,500 adolescent girls who are mothers. We also have a component that is called Mama Rescue Project. It's mainly a cloud-based platform that works with transporting mothers who are in labor, ensuring that they reach the health facilities on time to avoid complications. We have another component that works with family planning and how Mama Rescue comes in one of our major projects that we work on, that's the Mama Ambassador project that has been responsible for ensuring that we have special care units at the district hospitals where we work, that is in Rakai and Chotera district, and currently in Masaka. We have collaboration with the regional referral. And the reason why I'm saying this for my bosses to know that yes, we are working, we are now with the regional referral, and we also take the same mission to prevent maternal and newborn deaths and to ensure that there is demand for quality services, proper utilization, the quality of care is sufficient, and a robust monitoring and evaluation system. So, in particular, when we started the Ambassador project that has over 1,500 adolescent mothers, we had very many babies who are born preterm. We were registered many babies who are dying, and that is why we went back to our funders and requested to have that particular component of NICU at a district level that can able to save lives of the mothers. And when we started the NICUs at the hospitals, there was a lot of excitement, and we were happy that we are saving lives of these babies, not only for our adolescent mothers, but for the communities at large. However, we had issues with electricity, and we have people here from Rakai Hospital. You remember, especially when electricity goes off and probably have a shortage of fuel in the generator, and we don't have the concentrators. We used to register a number of babies who are losing their lives. And like we partner with the Ministry of Health, we went back to them and we started giving them all our challenges, and that is how we came to identify 302 Foundation. And our partnership with 302 is a good example of a collaboration of people who are trustworthy, who have the same mission, who are willing to take a step forward in innovations, and who are willing to save lives of many babies and infants. So when we partnered with 302, they were very much willing. They came on board, and you will hear the statistics. The numbers speak for themselves. There's been a tremendous change in the babies who are being admitted, and we are happy. We have teams from Rakai and Chotera and Masaka who are going to give their testimonies. And the reason why they are here is that we know that overall in sub-Saharan Africa, and this will agree with me, sustainability is central. It's central in all our projects, and it is a struggle in a way. And unless we come up all together and understand the need, understand what we want to achieve, that is how we can be able to sustain and pull the resources and make sure that we own them, work together with our implementing partners, because ultimately these are our babies, these are our mothers, and tomorrow it could be you or someone else that you know. And with the numbers that will be shown today, we are proud as Babies and Mothers Alive Foundation that we have been able to partner with 302, which is trustworthy, it's cost effective, and that the numbers will speak for themselves. And we are happy that today we are here to launch, and we are very much willing to take that next step, a concrete step to the sustainability of the 302 Foundation oxygen system. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for God and the country.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Elena. Thank you very much. Can I now invite Dr. Elias Kumbakumba to represent the director of Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. Dr. Kumba Kumba is head of department pediatrics at Mbarara University and Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. But very important to note is that the free O2 journey has every mark within its footsteps of his personal interest, support, and contribution. He saw it begin and he will see it grow because he's simply Dr. Kumba, the one that looks after all those babies with all his life. Dr. Kumba, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, my friend Denise. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In your different capacities, protocol observed. I am today in two capacities. One is I have been asked to represent the hospital director, Dr. Celestine Bariche, who is in a hospital board meeting today. An event, a meeting that helps determine how the hospital runs, and couldn't miss it. But I'm also here in my capacity as a consumer of oxygen, because I head the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health in Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital and in Mbarara University, and we look after very many things, as you see. I'll make a presentation later on some of the journey and the things that I present in line with oxygen. But on behalf of the director of the hospital, Dr. Celestine Bariche, I want to welcome you to Mbarara. The regional referral hospital looks after the larger college region that now has, I think, about 14 districts, 13 districts plus one city, and also really is the referral point for all the facilities in the region, and therefore we have to solve the needs of everyone. And one of the most important needs that come to us is the need for oxygen, actually. Many patients get referred to us because they need oxygen, or part of their care includes the need for oxygen. The hospital looks after very many patients. Every year, probably still close to 70,000 inpatients. We have about 10,000 deliveries every year. Increasingly, many of those are from mothers who are referred to the hospital, and because of the referral nature of our system, sometimes they reach when they're exhausted and the babies are born asphyxiated or with a big demand for oxygen, and so we have to meet that as well. Because of that, and as our referral status, we admit about 5,000 children every year. Half or sometimes more than half of those are newborns. That's about 2,500, 2,600 newborns every year, and about 1,000 of those are preterm babies. Now, when the language I'm speaking really tells you that we have a big demand for oxygen. And this demand was, of course, made more severe by COVID. And COVID, of course, had a huge impact. And you will see that demand, children are not as affected by COVID really as adults, but that meant that hospitals had to prioritize and put or give or divert oxygen to COVID patients at the cost or the expense of newborns. And so in that time, newborn services suffered, especially with the demand for oxygen. And of course, babies are not the only ones who need oxygen. Post-operative patients for men who have had trauma, head trauma, mothers who have complicated deliveries of other complicated pregnancies and complications of pregnancy. We have also other patients from other areas who will need oxygen. So the demand for oxygen is definitely very big. That meant that the journey of oxygen in the hospital has been a long one as well. For long, we didn't have reliable oxygen system in the hospital until maybe about 8 years ago or so, when a plant, when the government installed an oxygen plant in the hospital. You have different facilities and health and districts will probably have sent your oxygen cylinder to be filled at Mbarara Regional Hospital some years back. But because the demand in the region became too high and we are filling so many cylinders, I think we're looking at about 10 of the cylinders, filling 100 cylinders daily to supply to the region. The machine broke down. And when it broke down, the plant broke down, and we couldn't sustain that. So we also had to look for other options where to source oxygen from. So we've been all over the place in Kampala. One time, the UPDF also, in the middle of COVID, UPDF was able to give us some refill our oxygen cylinders, but we didn't have enough cylinders themselves. So we had to procure lots of cylinders to be able to sustain this, because you don't want to go to Kampala with a truck that has only 10 cylinders when you actually need 100 or 1,000 cylinders. At the peak of COVID, we were consuming about 100 cylinders every day of oxygen, in addition to the plant which has stopped producing but was still supplying pipe oxygen to the hospital. So oxygen, we cannot really stop talking about oxygen because it is the lifeline of the hospital, and partly, as I said, most patients get referred to us. But the cost of running oxygen is also not small. Whether you have a plant, you need it maintained. Whether you have a CO2, you need at least some initial costs. And the CO2 team will be telling us how that can be dealt with, I think, by the end of the day. Whether you have a pipe system, you need to maintain it, because also that is maintenance. There are parts that need to be replaced. The other time I was asking Sheila about humidifiers, and finding them was very difficult. And then the cost had also shot up for humidifiers. And again, because of COVID, the private market that deals with oxygen parts and also increased costs. So many facilities now cannot really afford, because we used to buy oxygen concentrators at about 3 million shillings 3 years back. Now the concentrator costs about $1,500. And again, most facilities cannot do it, cannot afford that, especially if you need more concentrators. And so today's meeting or conference kind of underlines the need for oxygen in all our facilities. And whether you are a health center 3, where a baby is born, health center 3 is conduct deliveries. A baby sometimes is born asphyxiated even at health center 3 and needs oxygen right there. Even before you plan to transfer, you need to give this baby oxygen. Whether you are at health center 4, you are admitting pediatric patients, or you have a newborn unit. Now the target, yesterday we were in a meeting with the National Newborn Steering Committee. And the target is to have newborn units at health center 4s and 3s as well. You cannot run a newborn unit without what? Without oxygen. So we need to be discussing this and how to make it easy and accessible. And even at district hospitals. Elena was talking about our district hospitals the district hospital in Rakai. It can't run without oxygen if you are setting up a newborn unit there. So we need to have this conversation. And unfortunately, we haven't had a chance in the past to come together as people who are somewhere along the way in the management of oxygen or in making oxygen available. We haven't had a conversation together. And I think today we should take the chance to converse about the different aspects of our need for oxygen and how to make it accessible and available. If Rio2 is making it easier for us, let's embrace them. Mbarara Hospital was the first institution to work with Rio2. You've seen there was video playing here just before the official beginning of this. And together we set up a system that was low cost and also low pressure, and did not need a lot of backup. What you needed was to have an oxygen concentrator that generates 10 liters of oxygen. It sends 8 liters to the ward directly, and another 2 liters is stored in the containers that you saw. And those 2 then continue building up until you have a good store. And then you also have a backup of a cylinder. So at any one point, the 8 liters can supply about 4 children, or even more newborns. And then you also have a backup at 2 levels. Backup with with the cylinder, and also backup with the pressure system. That is that the water in one bag pushes the air in the other bag to the ward, and then patients can continue to receive oxygen. So there are some low-cost innovations that have been done. There are also with 302, the journey has been long. When they first came, they were talking about getting oxygen from River Wizi directly. You know, water is oxygen and hydrogen, isn't it? Yes, so they were planning to extract the oxygen component and send it to the wards. But the dynamics were a little complicated, and we said, let's do something that works for the facilities. And I think even when you have electricity for a short while, that can run the concentrator with a backup system that they provide, you should be able to run some truck oxygen most of the time. Since we started running that setup, which was being displayed, it has never stopped working, and it has also, we rarely exhaust the cylinder of oxygen, and yet it's always running. The concentrators have been running, they are serviced regularly, but the system is very robust, and we need to be discussing other options and other innovations that can give us oxygen for everyone. I will note that Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital is or has set up a biomedical engineering unit that will be servicing actually its main work right now, and I think Sheila was part of the initial beginnings of that workshop or that unit. Sheila Bagana, who's with 302, and right now, most of the work really there is maintaining oxygen in the hospital. Whether it's concentrators that are breaking down, whether it is cylinders that need refilling, whether all of that is going to be happening, and different facilities will then be able to access a service that is a bit more constant. We have already got some people on the ground in partnership with the university and other partners. We have biomedical engineers on standby. They're already working with us in different aspects, but also the work is going to expand with time so that we are able to serve the needs of the region. As Regional Referral Hospital, we are a reference point for all the activities that the other facilities need to be doing or need to be referring patients to. So we are committed as a hospital to getting things moving forward with oxygen. We are also in the process of acquiring another oxygen plant for what we built as a COVID unit, the COVID treatment unit. It's going to be to have an independent oxygen plant that serves again the needs of those who need to be isolated but need oxygen. Right now, of course, we have a scare of Ebola, and we're also prepared for it. But going forward, we should be able to support oxygen both in the isolated patients, but also in the general wards. But that's not to say that there are no challenges. There are many challenges. I already talked about the cost. I already talked about the manpower that we need. You need biomedical engineers. You need health workers, nurses, clinicians who know how to prescribe oxygen, because oxygen is a drug and is toxic. When we talk about oxygen in, for example, preterm babies, it's a big problem. You need it, but then it has a lot of side effects. Children can go blind with what? With oxygen. Babies can go blind, and we have some babies who have gone blind as well. So there are many things to balance. And today, I hope we can, as I said, have a conversation that allows us to go back comfortable, that our needs are being addressed, but also that we are receiving safe oxygen. One challenge we got one time is in the peak of our demand for oxygen, there were no people to supply us oxygen, and we ended up having to refill oxygen from garages in town, and that is industrial oxygen, and industrial oxygen is different from what? Medical oxygen. So sometimes it's not as easy as it sounds to have everyone receive oxygen. And therefore, I pray that the conversation begins here, does not end here.
Where we are, we continue making it possible to access, for everyone to access oxygen, but also to be able to do innovations that make it cheaper and more cost effective for everyone to receive the oxygen that we need. I wish you a very good day, and I hope that we enjoy our time here and go back better people in terms of oxygen delivery in this country. Thank you very much for good at my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumba, representing the Director of Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, for all those remarks that paint a picture, complicated, but I think we have the will to surmount those pressures and challenges. We're now going to listen to Dr. Roger Russell, who is a co-founder and CEO at Free02. He has a PhD in nuclear science from the University of Melbourne and Tohoku University. Dr. Russell has a strong personal commitment to equitable access to health and education, and has spent a lifetime working in many countries delivering education programs in Australia, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Joseph, we have his video. Is it up and running? Okay. We need to wait a little bit. Okay. Should I?
Meanwhile, I can recognize
yes.
the presence of Mr. Opolot Jude, Oxygen Task Force Logistician, Ministry of Health. You are most welcome. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Lukawe Henry. You are most welcome. Allow me recognize the presence of Dr. Umar Alfred, the medical superintendent, Chitovu Hospital. Ime Innocent, medical superintendent, Itojo Hospital in Ntungamo. You are most welcome. Allow me also recognize the presence of Dr. Kato Alfred, the DHO Bukoma Nsimbi. You are most welcome.
It is my pleasure to be able to join you today at this great conference, The Breath of Life in Mbarara 2022. Alas, my presentation has to be in video. I'm so sorry I'm not able to be there in person. Our son, Kevin, has chosen this week to get married, and as a dutiful father, I'm delighted to be able to help support and celebrate this. It gives me an opportunity to thank my colleague, Acting CEO Moira Wayne, who is representing Free02 Foundation Australia, together with other colleagues, Nico Snellen and Brent Sobbett. I feel very honoured to be able to make this presentation and would like to sincerely thank the organisers for inviting me. In particular, I want to highlight the amazing work that's been done by Sheila Bagiana and Bryn Sobbett and their teams in what can be best described as an amazing outcome, given all of the challenges with COVID, to actually bring together this program of the Grand Challenges Transition to Scale in Uganda. Congratulations to all of you. I'll have a little bit more to say towards the end. Although I'm recording this, I've tried to place myself in the venue with you and trying to imagine what it'd be looking at you. And I look around. I recognize some of you. Perhaps some of you recognize me. Most of you probably don't know my story. You see, I was born not too far from here, just down the road at Verica Hospital in Fort Portal. And so I feel so, how would I say, excited to almost be back home. In fact, for the past 10 years, I've been travelling regularly back home. And in fact, I was in Uganda in March earlier this year. So I really feel part of this, and I'm so glad to be able to celebrate with you. Now, as an organisation, 302 has a single purpose. We exist to provide oxygen. That's it, oxygen. And so we have to strategically partner with people who are interested in providing oxygen and doing something with it. Now, our vision is very clear. We believe that every child has the right to breathe, live, and thrive. It's very, very simple. And so our mission is to get oxygen to them so that they can breathe. And in doing so, we will actually save lives and address the inequalities in health that exist, unfortunately, in our society. And what's our goal? Well, we're pretty ambitious. In the next 4 to 5 years, we would like to scale to be able to support 2,000 health centres right across East Africa. And when we can, we'll be able to treat 800,000 to almost 1 million children a year. An amazing goal, and we're here to develop these strategic partnerships that will help us help others achieve this goal. So I'm really grateful that you have chosen to come here. Now, you might be wondering, this is an ambitious goal. How are we going to achieve it? And so I want to give you a very simple idea, and it's the 4 I's, and it's what drives 302. Now, the first I is a very simple I. It's ideas. We have lots of ideas, and we work in teams. Now, 302, and when I say we, I mean 302 Uganda, 302 Australia, and in fact 302 Tanzania. You will see in the program how we've been able to lift the learnings from here and shift them into Tanzania. And we will have 2 or 3 representatives from Tanzania sharing how that collaborative experience has gone. So those ideas then become innovations, and that's where technical teams work together and try to develop fit-for-purpose, affordable, appropriate technology that can actually implement those ideas. Now, the implementation is where the partnerships are crucial. You can have a bunch of excited research scientists developing ideas. They sometimes become innovations, but they need to be implemented. So that's the 3rd I, ideas, innovations, implementation. And the question you ask yourself is, why do you do this? Hopefully you're solving a problem that exists, and we believe there is a problem. There is a lack of oxygen where it is needed. COVID has shone a spotlight on the need for oxygen, so I no longer need to actually explain to anybody how important oxygen is. We all know it's important, and so does the rest of the world. However, what we do know is there is an inequity, an inequality with where it's available. And so for us to have impact, we need to get the ideas to innovations, to have them implemented, and then they will have impact. And that is our development philosophy in 302. In any such program, it always arises Who will pay for this? How will it be paid for? And I think that's the active discussion that we will have throughout the day. There is no doubt there is a need. There is no doubt in my mind there is a willingness to pay. And what we have to do is create the ability to pay so that we can get the oxygen to where it's needed. So that's why when I look around the room, and I know I'm looking around a virtual room, but I see an eclectic group of people. We have academics, we have innovators, we have healthcare workers, we have medicos, we have the Ministry of Health representatives. All of these, the clinicians, we all come together with a shared common purpose, and that is the improvement of other people's lives to help us help those in need. And so I commend to you to work carefully over the next short period during this conference and then afterwards. Form strategic relationships, form key relationships, and agree to collaborate and share your resources with others. It's important for me to thank the people that have made this possible. And by this possible, I don't just mean the conference, I mean the whole work that's been undertaken by the 302 group. Now, the first group is the funders and supporters. These are the companies, these are the donors, these are the bilaterals, the organisations that have provided the funding for us to understand the problem and develop our solutions. And so we express our sincere thanks to you over many years. And in fact, I'm glad that Bryn is here today in person with you, because I commend you to chat to Bryn and find out how 302 did start and how it was the sparkle in his mind that galvanised people, and together we have grown this organisation to what it is today. My second group of thank yous goes to the group of funders and organisations that have come together to make this a reality. And in particular, I want to highlight the work of Grandchilders Canada, the Siegel Family Foundation, and of course our key donors in Australia, the Planet Wheeler Foundation, the Ripple Foundation, for your enduring financial support to make this happen. But when I say make this happen, it couldn't have happened without our key partner in this. And to Mark, Dr. Dan and Dr. Eleanor, I can but express my thanks once again for the amazing partnership with Barma Babies and Mothers Alive through the Brick by Brick Foundation. Without you, we would not be standing here. So we stand on your shoulders and we thank you for what you have made possible in Uganda. And then finally, I'd like to thank our Ugandan team, led by Sheila, and it's an amazing team of people that have complementary skills that work so well together. And despite all of the challenges over the past 2 years, in particular with COVID, have relentlessly gone out there and installed, configured, and maintained the oxygen systems to keep the oxygen flowing. Thank you, 302 Uganda. And so with the thank yous in place, I have one last little thing I'd like to share. And it is a collage of photos that chronicles the journey of 302 since 2015. I commend to you the amazing work of the team that is in the room with you today, and I thank you for your interest in our work. I thank you for your contributions to our work, and I encourage you to work even harder to get more oxygen to where it is most needed.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself,
Dr. Roger Mungaro. He talked to us via a video, and it was nice. Call upon, I would want to say, in one of the pillars of Free O2 Foundation, you already had his name. His life is the life of Free O2, and Free O2 is his life. We already gave his profile. Allow me to call upon Dr. Elias Kumba for his submission. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I am sorry I have to come back a few minutes of the last the opening speech from the director. But I want to talk a bit about a subject that is very important, that probably brings us here together, which is increasing access to medical oxygen in Uganda for pediatric and neonatal care. Now, I will try to contextualize a few things. It's such a very important but also vast subject that I wasn't very sure how to pick out what is important and what is not, because oxygen is as important as you all know. But we know that the first action we all do is to breathe when we are born. Yes, that's where we all start from. If you don't breathe, or if you didn't breathe, you wouldn't be here. Why we need to breathe is because we need to take in oxygen. It's the first thing we must do, to breathe. If we don't live. And that's really that underlines why we need oxygen and why we need it everywhere. We need, and the breath that we take, the first breath, which most people say crying, that cry is a real breath of life. If you don't cry at birth, you don't breathe in that oxygen, your system doesn't start. And that is it. And that's how we end up with a lot of loss of life, but also with a lot of disability as well for babies who don't breathe at birth. You may be familiar with that pie chart. It may have been, it has evolved over the years. It's really the global causes of under 5 deaths. That was from a global study in 2019. 5 years of age happening globally, and trying to highlight where most of those deaths occur and what causes them. The side that is, Sheila, you'll help me with that color. What's that color? I may be getting color blind. The one that represents the left side. Oh, your right side. Yellow or? Yes, different shades of yellow. Okay, can use that. Yes, this side here. 46% of all global deaths in children under 5 are being in babies before their first month of life, before the end of their first month. And importantly to note, these are mainly preterms, problems related to intrapartum, problems especially birth asphyxia, sepsis, which is really infections, and then we have congenital anomalies and what. But to highlight this, lower respiratory infections, preterm deliveries, and intrapartum related deaths, all these babies here need oxygen. Oxygen is part of their care, whether they have whether they have pneumonia, whether they have birth asphyxia, whether they are preterm. You know about respiratory distress syndrome in the newborns, in preterm babies. Part of their treatment includes oxygen. So that is in babies under 1 month or newborns. The other fraction, or the other side of the pie chart, is for babies from 1 month to 5 years, or 59 months, just under. Yes, so again, lower respiratory tract infections, which is mainly pneumonia, and when you look at tuberculosis, you look at meningitis, you look at other problems, even measles, when you get diarrhea and you have shock, you need oxygen. Again, oxygen is needed by many of these babies. If we had it for all of them, you could be sure that you'd reduce most of these deaths by probably up to 25–30%, and that would make a big difference. The reason they are still dying is because, partly because they don't have access to oxygen, or they will die before they get the oxygen that they need. This is for Uganda, and I'm looking just at the newborns again in Uganda. This is a budget from 2016. It probably has changed, but just a little, because we don't have as much tetanus as we had at that time. But the others are still the same things for newborns. Birth asphyxia, which is really intrapartum problems, and birth trauma, contributing almost 30% of all the deaths. Prematurity, again another 28%, and sepsis, and then a few other issues, including, again, other respiratory infections. And so, again, this underlines the importance of oxygen in saving these lives here. If we had all these receiving oxygen when they needed it, maybe we wouldn't have had problems. Remember that in Uganda we have about 1.7 million births every year. Uganda is one of the most fertile countries in the world. And the estimate keeps changing, but if you look at every death, if you counted every death that happens, you probably have about 81 newborns dying every day in this country. That's what some estimates have put it. Majority of them are not recorded because they are not happening in the health system. They are happening in the villages. And they're happening even after discharge. We followed up a cohort of babies in the past after discharge, and we noted that as many babies die in hospital, after discharge, as they die in hospital. And again, many of them are newborns. Newborns contribute to the greatest fraction of those who die even after discharge. They've been in hospital, but they've gone home, and they get home and get sick and die without coming back. So that's a big fraction as well. And as I said, one of the underlying most important contributors is the lack of access to oxygen. This is a preterm who is preterm baby receiving oxygen there, and you hope that with that intervention, this baby will not be part of these statistics. And we can only make that if we work together to make sure that oxygen reaches everyone who needs it. Why must we increase access? Is it just because we want to test out a business model? Is it because we want to check whether it all works? No. Oxygen therapy is an essential part of ending preventable deaths among newborns, and I think we know that. Newborns are probably the highest priority. Children and also adults. Even adults need oxygen. And so you need to have it available when they need it in hospital. I think people did not realize how important oxygen was really on a global scale until COVID. When people literally just couldn't breathe. You're well today, and tomorrow you just can't breathe. And all you need, the biggest drug that we were giving people in hospitals was oxygen. But the demands for oxygen were much higher than what we usually give. And we had people needing up to 10 liters of oxygen per minute, and still it wasn't enough. We had to improvise different ways of giving giving oxygen. I was, I don't know that's fortunate or unfortunate to be part of the COVID task force that was treating patients with COVID in the hospital. And I saw the suffering that was occasioned on people if there was no oxygen. That hunger for air, that distress that we saw cannot get out of your mind if you saw it. So oxygen is a very important resource. And unlike other medicines, it has no substitute. You can't say that we shall use another drug instead of oxygen when a child needs oxygen. And therefore, you are not there's no option. You need oxygen, you need it, and you must provide it. Otherwise, and then we know also that in low resource settings, hypoxemia or a deficiency of oxygen in the body affects, as I said in the figures there, about 20% of all newborns, probably even more, where birth asphyxia is a bigger problem. And we also know that in Uganda, our neonatal mortality rate has stagnated at 27 deaths for every 1,000 live births over the past decade, and it hasn't changed. There are some data that are coming up to say that there's some improvement. There are lots of efforts going on, but we still are struggling to reduce this further. And again, oxygen is one of the strategies that might as well contribute to some reduction if we are going to meet the SDG goals that were set in the past. And also older children, 6% of all children who are admitted in hospital are hypoxemic. They would need oxygen. And as I said, in pediatrics, we admit about 5,000 babies every year. 60% of those are now newborns, and therefore you can count how many will need oxygen at any one point. When my ward has no oxygen, I cannot sleep because they will call me. I would have to come out and try to find some oxygen somehow. So one of my busiest tasks as a head of department in the hospital is actually to look for what? Oxygen, and make it available. And that's how I ended up with a free O2 team, because we had to find ways of availing oxygen to these children. And as I said, with oxygen, we could reduce mortality very, very significantly if we had all the oxygen that we need. The challenge now we have in the health system is we don't have adequate data to work with. And for you to solve a problem, you need data. There is a policy that I think it was actually a plan, a roadmap to increasing access to oxygen that the country drew in 2018. I think one of the people from the Ministry of Health will talk briefly about it at some point. But there was an attempt at that time to put together as much data as could be found. And part of the data that was being found came from 2016. Now, following COVID, we haven't had any real assessments to know exactly what is our oxygen situation in the country. But I guess that's work that is ongoing. Now, at one point, only 47% of oxygen supply equipment that was in pediatric wards in all, these are private and public facilities, was functional. So the problem of functionality of equipment and systems in hospitals is a big problem, which relates to maintenance, relates to other costs that are involved, a very big problem. And then again, for a long time, oxygen concentrators have been the most common or most available source of oxygen in our hospitals, in our health facilities. The challenge with that is that they need what? They need power to run. And again, we know that sometimes power is very unreliable. And also, most of them were donations. And so that calls for a national investment in the oxygen systems. But of course, following COVID, many things have happened. And we had at the start of the pandemic, babies were left, they needed oxygen, but it had to be prioritized to what? To patients with COVID. So we lost many babies because they couldn't access oxygen because there was reprioritization for patients with COVID. And it couldn't be enough for everyone. And this happened almost in every sector. And then civil society started calling for improving access to oxygen in Uganda, and everyone started coming up. Free O2 was already around. They stepped up a bit of their game, but many things happened. And then at some point, we got a donation from a Danish agency to the Ministry of Health, over 1,000 oxygen cylinders. They were distributed all over the country. They were still like a drop in the ocean. And we still needed more oxygen. And then oxygen plants as well. The Ministry of Health started installing oxygen plants at different regional fire hospitals. And that eased the situation. But again, there's maintenance issues. Not every regional fire hospital has a biomedical engineer. We are lucky to have some. And here I recognize the presence of Dr. Jones Obongoloch, who was our first biomedical engineer in the hospital. He's now a dean of faculty of Applied Sciences. And we are glad to have you. And he continues to do a lot of work and support us with oxygen and other biomedical issues. And then Sheila, of course, came on board. And since then, we've been struggling every day. We can't say that we have solved all our oxygen problems, but we have made progress. And with every regional referral hospital getting a bit of an oxygen plant, there is some progress, but it's still far from what we need. This slide is probably not visible to most, but I'll just summarize what you need for a functional oxygen system, supply system in a facility. You need the source, and the source can be many things. It can be a plant, it can be an oxygen concentrator, it can be another way of extracting oxygen from the air and have it available. And once you have it, you need to distribute it. That's why you either need pipe systems, you need to fill cylinders from wherever they are being filled and then sent into to where they are going to be used, whether it's on site, where you need piping, or you need to transport them. So that itself is a very costly venture to be able to transport oxygen from where it is made or where it is being put or concentrated to where it is needed on the ward. So that distribution is a very important part of the whole cascade. You need, of course, regulators, flow meters, flow splitters to make sure that you are not wasting oxygen and you're giving the child the oxygen that the child needs, not much more than they need. As we said, in some populations, especially preterms, too much oxygen will kill will cause more trouble for the child. But also giving less won't help the patient. And then you need a delivery to the patient. Oxygen can be on the ward, and I'll show you some photos here, where there is oxygen in the ward, but it can't actually reach the patient because you don't have a humidifier, for example, or because you don't even have nasal prongs. I don't even know if he has tried to look for nasal prongs that are appropriate for children. Has anyone tried? Did you find them? They are not as easy to find either. And that even when everything is running, just nasal prongs to give a child oxygen can be a problem. Only other means, if you need a lot more oxygen, you need probably a rebreather mask, you need CPAP devices. I don't know how many hospitals have CPAP. In this country, I was trying to take a census, but there are not many as well. Even us, we only recently started giving oxygen, using CPAP in our wards. And all the others. And then you need patient monitoring. Patient monitoring is very critical. You want to check their pulse oximetry, how much oxygen there is. You also want to check, by the way, how much oxygen is being delivered to the patient. We have sometimes had situations where the concentrator is giving no better oxygen than room air, especially if it is not what? Serviced, and they need to be serviced. Which is why also we have, around here, we have power supply as other enabling factors, voltage stabilizers. One of our challenges, there was a time we procured about 10 oxygen concentrators, and they were all blown within the first 6 months because of power fluctuations. And then we started saying, where do we get power stabilizers? Again, those are not very cheap. So you need all this working. Surge protectors, and then maintenance, which is why we have moved to really strengthen our biomedical engineering unit in the hospital, working with the biomedical engineering department of the university, because you need engineers to maintain these things. Spare parts. One of our biggest, of our budgets is to look for filters. They are called filters for oxygen concentrators, because they fail very frequently. So we need spare parts. And again, where do you find them? Is it easy? Oxygen analyzers, how much oxygen is being delivered to a patient. You need clinicians, of course, to prescribe the oxygen. You need nurses to monitor the patients and make sure that only the patients only get oxygen when they need it, but also when they don't need it, it is switched off and given to another patient, because you don't have you have a limited resource. Therefore, you cannot continue running it without when you don't need it. Now, I was looking for a photo which I couldn't find from long ago when we used to have oxygen in different health facilities, and you'd get, if you had one cylinder or one concentrator, you'd run oxygen into a bottle, a mineral water bottle or a normal saline bottle. Did you ever see that? We used to call it octopus, because then you'd have many prongs stuck into the bottle and running to different patients, and then in your mind thinking that you're giving these children oxygen, while actually you are not really giving as much oxygen, because you need a scientific method of distributing what? Oxygen. And I don't know, some facilities definitely still do that, because I have been in different facilities, health center, health center series recently, and I have found that still happening, the octopus method, because we still don't have enough oxygen where we need it. But as I said, even where you have it, you sometimes, all it does is end here. So this point here has oxygen in it, but there is no concept, you need a humidifier there, you need nasal prongs, and you don't have them right there. And this is lying there, and you won't give a child oxygen even if you have this. We are depending a lot on concentrators, but the concentrators as well are not enough, especially because of their cost, the maintenance, but also because power keeps going off. So you need, when you are depending on the concentrators, you need a power source. We have tried backup systems, but when you have 10 concentrators running, many backup systems that are either solar powered or inverter powered are not going to be sufficient. So there's a lot of need for investment in this whole business. And then you have, when you have oxygen cylinders, this one time an oxygen cylinder actually was positioned next to the child who had a chest drain, and then the cylinder, someone tilted it and it fell down. And the child just basically, because of the crash, jumped out of the window. The cylinder, the tubes fell out, and we almost lost that child. Luckily enough, there was a health worker close by who received the child, and then we repositioned things. But they need to be kept safely. This is not a safe way of doing what? Of holding these cylinders in place. This cylinder can fall any time and it will cause problems. Okay? Do you have similar challenges? Or you don't? And then we have overcrowding here. Even when you have oxygen, there are sometimes not enough pots for you to put what? Every patient on. And then, so you end up with a lot of overcrowding there. You have 10 newborns. This was a visit of the district governor for Rotary clubs of Uganda and Tanzania. We've been working with them to support again some of the activities in our newborn unit. But you could see that the crowding here, each set here has about 2 or 3 babies. And all of them need what? Oxygen. Some of them need more than oxygen. They need CPAP, which is continuous positive airway pressure. So the demand is so high, and the mechanisms we have are still very deficient. Just to kind of reiterate some of the challenges. Production and distribution is a big challenge. As I said, not every health facility can produce its own oxygen. Even where the oxygen plants, the plant itself is not enough to even supply that facility itself. But yet, they have to fill cylinders for other facilities. So that then we can have access even at health center 3, health center 4s. That's a big challenge. And distribution itself. Because you need transport, you need costs, you need to factor in everything. And then that goes on with the logistical challenges. You may have someone, in the COVID time, someone offered to refill for us all our cylinders for the regional referral hospital. And I think that was Tata or someone in Kampala. But we didn't actually have enough cylinders to carry to him so that he fills them. So you still have challenges even when you have some support, and every facility needs to be budgeting and considering that there is a budget that supports this supply chain challenge that we see. Then inappropriate delivery, I was talking about the octopus. I also already highlighted that we don't even have adequate, just simple nasal prongs. In the resource-rich countries, nasal prongs are used once and discarded. Do you know that? In our setting, what happens? You use, then you clean, then you use, then you clean, until it is so rigid that it hurts the patient's nose. And then you do what? That's probably when you will discard it, or you still hope that it can still work another time. And that's a challenge. When you need a non-rebreather mask, you don't have it. When you need other forms of delivery, when you need CPAP points, you don't have access to them. That's a big challenge. And then the issue of quality. As I said, medical oxygen is different from industrial what? oxygen. But sometimes the quality of oxygen we get is not as safe and secure and clean as we need it. So quality and safety. The safety also refers to things like I was talking about. Do you have your oxygen stored away or away from the patients? Because oxygen can also, we've had situations also where oxygen cylinders have blown. There was an accident on the road in, the patient was being transferred, I think, from Fort Portal side towards to Kampala, and the cylinder exploded in the what? In the ambulance, and we lost lives. So do we have safety precautions for everyone who is using oxygen? That's an area that we need to consider as we go further to supply oxygen to everyone. Limited data. The data we are using and trying to work with is not up to date. And we need, and I call upon everyone here, and especially those in research, but also those who are managing health facilities, to start to gather information or data on oxygen use. How many patients are coming through and need oxygen? If I had all the oxygen I need, how many children would I be serving on a daily basis, on a monthly basis? So that we have all that data. Then when you go to talk to the Ministry of Health, when you talk to National Medical Stores to give you more cylinders, then you will know what you're talking about, because you have, it is difficult to convince people that you can actually do what, that you actually need more what? More oxygen cylinders, or you need a plant for that matter. Cost and affordability, that's always an issue. And I think even as we think about availing oxygen to everyone, we need to be factoring in who pays the cost. Because we sometimes set up systems, and the reason you end up with an oxygen point on the wall that doesn't have a humidifier or an oxygen prong is because there's no budget to buy them. And so we have to be budgeting for those reusable, consumable parts of oxygen systems that we need. And then the human resource capacity. Let me just ask you, how much oxygen would you give to a newborn who has just been born and is asphyxiated with nasal prongs? And I want to talk to the clinicians in the room with the nurses or whoever can answer that. And don't be afraid to make a mistake. How much oxygen might you need for a newborn, term newborn, who needs oxygen on the ward? Okay? I am sure someone knows in there. Yes? 1.5 liters for a newborn who needs oxygen. That may be on the higher end. Our usual recommendation is between 0.5 to 1 liter of oxygen per minute for a term newborn. Okay? So there is a lot of need for building capacity for using what? Oxygen. Altogether. Yes, and everywhere that 302 is trying to do work, the package must include what? Training of people on how to use oxygen. And if you're using, for example, an oxygen mask, the requirements for you to turn on the source are higher. You probably need 5 liters per minute to be able to give oxygen to the same child who needed half a liter per minute with the nasal prongs. So these details, everyone needs to know them. Everyone who is giving oxygen to the patients needs to know them. You need also engineers who can work with this equipment. You need people who can monitor and use pulse oximeters. You need the pulse oximeters themselves, and then maintenance. There was a time when I would take an oxygen concentrator to the workshop at the hospital, and it would never return. It would be declared what? Obsolete, and would never return. Just because the people didn't have the what? Then the people didn't have the expertise just to repair what? Oxygen concentrators. That has changed, but hasn't changed in most facilities as well. Okay, in many of your districts, I don't know whether I have a biomedical engineer. In many of your facilities, you don't have a biomedical person who can actually sort out a concentrator. Just as simple as replacing the filters, the air filter. It's a big challenge, and therefore scaling up oxygen access needs that we have people who are going to maintain our filters that are all not working. And you have children on the ward who are actually dying because they need what? Oxygen. So we need to be thinking about these things. Maintenance and repair. Very, very important. I don't know how many of you have seen this document that was authored in November 2018 by the Ministry of Health, which is National Scale-Up of Medical Oxygen Implementation plan. So there is a document somewhere that the Ministry of Health put together and was trying to follow until COVID did what? Until COVID came in and disorganized everything. And I hope that we will be having a bit of more discussion, because the plan is actually very interesting. I've read through it, and it had also costed what we need in terms of resources to reach every facility with oxygen. And it had both private and public considerations. So it's a very rich document. But there is a lot that is not what? Being implemented. COVID diverted us in many ways, but there is at least a starting point. And they had also tried to do a baseline assessment of the oxygen needs of the country. And they had very clear strategic objectives, okay, to provide national strategic framework so that everyone is doing, whoever is contributing to the national framework knows what to add or what to do. There was, of course, an issue of maintenance and replacement of oxygen diagnostic and therapy equipment, and there was also training of staff so that everyone who is using oxygen knows what to do, everyone who is along the chain of oxygen knows what to do, and also to use this as an advocacy. The whole framework, this plan was going to cost about, I think, 11-point-something million. And again, that requires resources. Someone needs to put in. Whether it's free or tool, there is a resource, someone puts in money somewhere. But our goal is try to make sure that every child who needs oxygen gets it, whether it's paid for by whoever it is, but at least every child does what? Gets the oxygen that they need. That plan exists, and I think someone will refer to it at some point, but it's important that we go back and even continue to gather more data as we plan to scale up oxygen everywhere. And it also specified, by the way, who does what. That same plan specified who does what. And there are different partners. I have only added health workers and academic institutions at the base here, but all this is already detailed in that plan. National level, regional level, district level, and facility level, who should do what. And there is a whole guidance on what needs to be done. Policy remains, of course, the work of the Ministry of Health, and coordination, developing guidelines and distributing them, and then resource mobilizations and resource prioritization. But we all have a role. If you're a health worker, at least you should know how to prescribe, to document, and to give the right usage, or make sure that the oxygen is being used appropriately, and use our pulse oximetry to monitor what the child is, where the child is and where the child still needs what? Needs oxygen. So you need that. Academic institutions, I include them because the first work with 302 we did went through a proper, rigorous research process so that we could confirm that the oxygen that we are supplying was, one, appropriate, and was technically, the whole experiment was technically sound. Okay? So that you have the evidence to present when you asked about an alternative solution or an innovation that you need to think about. So there is a lot that needs to be done, and everyone, I have seen district health officers here who need to do a lot more micro-planning for their districts so that you can forecast needs. How much oxygen do you need in every health facility? Because we still, the district caters for the whole district health system, so that we are able to plan and inform, and also dialogue with our different partners. Implementing partners work with districts a lot of the time. And if you say that for me in my district, these next 5 years, our priority is to make sure that every facility has access to oxygen, I am sure that most partners will actually do what? Fit into that budget or fit into that plan. And then we can access oxygen or have access to oxygen in every delivery room, in every newborn unit, in every pediatric ward, and everywhere where we need oxygen. That is feasible, but you have to give the direction as a district. Health facility managers, there's a lot of cost to do. As I said, there are times when you don't even have where to store the oxygen, even when you have it, but you have concentrators or cylinders. The other day, unfortunately, we got someone who was trying to steal our concentrator, oxygen concentrator. He pulled it out and put it in a dustbin and went out as if he was going through rubbish. And then when he reached where the rubbish pit is supposed to be, of course, he couldn't throw it in. He moved it and gave it to a shopkeeper nearby to hold this package for me until I come back for it. And then someone raised an alarm and said, I think there's something that doesn't look right here. Then we went in and did what? Recovered the concentrator. He took it even with its cables and everything, ready to go and use it. So we got it and recovered it. So there are many things along the oxygen chain that need to be catered for, or that we should be looking at when we are considering to reach everyone with oxygen. The way forward, just quickly, one is to create an enabling environment for scale up, so that there are policies, there are frameworks, there's training, there's expertise, there is the resources, everyone is able to do their part in this whole chain. And then increase availability and quality of oxygen. And we need the right technologies, the right supplies. You cannot give oxygen to a newborn with nasal that are the size of, my nose. So you have to have the right appropriate technologies and supplies to make sure that every child needs oxygen, which is why training is important, which is why, and then of course oxygen delivery and maintenance. We should no longer be using the octopus method that I talked about earlier. We should be moving. When we need, the biomedical engineers, when we need, maybe we should find an easier way of making for us oxygen splitters, for example, flow splitters, because we look for them and we can't find them, and yet we need them. Okay? So let's innovate around this. And then the other thing that is missing partly is who knows the HMIS forms that we fill and supply and submit? Is there any way it captures oxygen? It doesn't. Could we advocate that we actually capture every month how many children came through our hands that needed oxygen and how many children received it? That would be a very important indicator. And it's something that we can add in our health, in our routine health information systems, so that we are able to tell everyone who sees this that this is our deficit, this is our gap. We had 100 children, 10 or maybe 20 of them needed oxygen, but only 1 or 2 did what? Got oxygen. And that also reflects, of course, on the mortality. And I want to end with innovation. We have to be innovative. I am not saying that we should be innovative retrogressively, going back to the octopus methods. We should be innovative forwards. How do we make it cheaper? How do we make it easier? Because all around us we have oxygen. The air we breathe in is normally about 21% oxygen. But we can concentrate it, we can extract it, we can pipe it, we can do it innovatively in different ways. And I think that's what FreeO2 is trying to advance, that we're able to innovate, we're able to do research, again, because oxygen is medicine. Medical oxygen is medicine. We cannot just give it without studying what we are giving people. Advocacy as well, and then documentation. Write everything, document everything, write reports, communicate effectively so that we're able to get adequate, our voices heard. We're able to know and do things that are informed by evidence that we have collected as we do our work. This last slide is just summarizing the video that Sheila, that was projecting earlier on before, as we were starting. Because again of safety concerns, the low pressure oxygen system that was developed in partnership with FreeO2 and other partners and us, is housed within our department in pediatrics. And this was described. You have bags there, you have another bag down here. It is closed in here for safety so that the cylinder does not fall on people, but also so that people don't come and steal it away and go away, because we still have people who can do that. And then, there is a prioritizer in there which tells the system that now we have no power, so we cannot run the concentrator, but we can switch to the cylinder, or we can switch to the low pressure system, which is air here, water in here, air in there, and then the water starts flowing down and displacing air, and the air starts going into the patient. So that's what it is, and then you have patient points here, and you have this running, this is an oxygen nasal prong, you don't need humidification here, and you can get this air to the patient, oxygen to the patient, and you can regulate also how much you want to give to the patient with these knobs here. And then also attached to it is an indicator system where when everything is running well, you have green. Green is always things are okay, isn't it? And then you can use that switches to yellow and then to red depending on the level on which level you have gone in terms of switching. So from the normal flow, you have green. When you switch on the low pressure system, you have orange or yellow. And then when you need an oxygen cylinder to run, then this light here, red, lights to tell you that you need what? you need to find a way within some hours, the oxygen might as well run out. Fortunately, we have not had a situation where we have failed, where this system has actually failed. Since we started running it, oxygen has been available. For those points, we have 4 points that are served by that. And it's something that if you have a smaller unit of maybe you don't have more than 4 babies at a time who need oxygen, this would work very efficiently for you. And again, it's low cost, and it has been tested. This is a paper that was published from the work that was done systematically to test its technical capacity to supply oxygen. With that, I would like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about this. There is a lot that we can talk about with oxygen, but for now, let's think through what each one of us can do, what is needed for us to have oxygen reach every child. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumba Kumba. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Kumba Kumba. Thank you for painting the real picture for us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that we are struggling with time. It is indeed difficult, and it has become difficult. So whoever will come on board now, presentations, you earlier had almost an hour, or let's cut that to a quarter of that time. Let's abridge. We have a very important discussion starting at midday, where we are having partners going to come in, streaming live. So it's important that we keep that schedule from midday for the panel discussions. I am going to request that Adara Grace Nalumu make a quick presentation on behalf of your country director, Mr. Daniel Kabugo, in as short a time as you can. Then we will immediately take a break, have our tea, or probably if we are allowed to bring it in, have a working tea to allow the panel discussion take place. I also recognize the arrival of the Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, Dr. John Zobongoloch, who has been introduced by Dr. Kumba as really the pioneer lead in having biomedical engineering in Mbarara, particularly at the Regional Referral Hospital. Welcome, Dr. Jones.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Grace Nalumu. I'm a public health specialist and programs manager at Adara. I want to thank Free Oxygen Foundation for this opportunity and organizing this important conference. I just took some few notes when the CEO was talking. And maybe I want to request each one of us to stand and hold your breath for just a minute. Yes. Stand up. Stand up and hold your breath. Are we there? You can sit down. Just imagine if you continue that for 5 minutes, what would happen? Would you hold it? Hello? So that explains the importance of oxygen to us. That means whoever is here is a serious stakeholder for this project, and we need to know that it's not only for the patients that we are thinking about, but also for us. When the CEO was talking, he mentioned some key things that I want to remind us. One of them was partnership. Friends, partnership is very important if we are to scale up oxygen in Uganda. Then he mentioned about funding. It is very critical. Most of us are here, and even this country is kind of getting crazy because of funds. Without it, then it will be hard for us to scale up. Another thing is commitment. I want to think that each person that is in this house is committed to see that we see this happen. Because if we are not committed, we can come in this conference and move out and nothing happens. The last thing is hard work. Those of us who have been on the wards, you know how critical it can be. If somebody needs oxygen and they don't need it, and they don't have it, it really needs hard work. Back to my presentation. Yeah, Adara Foundation, Adara Development Uganda is an international organization with expertise in maternal, newborn, and child health. And that explains why we are here, because most of our babies and mothers at some point need oxygen. We have global offices in Seattle and Australia, and here in Uganda, our areas of operation are in Nakaseke, Chiwoko. We support quite a number of engagements, and we support hospitals like Chiwoko and Nakaseke Hospital. Free Oxygen Foundation has been very critical. It has helped us to establish quite a number of things in Chiwoko. They've trained staff, they've mentored, but they've also installed that oxygen plant there, and we are so grateful. Adara has a number of projects that we do. We have 3 projects. That is Home to Home. We have Baby Ubuntu and Adara Newborn, where Free Oxygen Foundation is going to be very key in helping us achieving the objectives of that project. Yeah, it has been discussed by Dr. Kumba that oxygen is actually a serious demand, and this was actually seen during the COVID time when everybody needed oxygen and it wasn't there. However, it is more needed also by our newborn and the small babies. Whoever is running a project of managing newborns, if they don't have oxygen, it is crazy. Like Dr. Kumba said, it is very hard to find some of the data, and sometimes it's hard to attach some kind of value to what you want to do. But a report from Lancet in 2019 showed that there has been an improvement in reducing neonatal mortality. However, it is still high. And remember the SDGs, at least we have a target of having 12 neonatal mortality by 2030. But our projection shows that by 2030, if nothing is done, we will be at 21.9%, meaning as a country, we may not be able to achieve that. However, if we put hands together, like Dr. Kumba has said, if there is oxygen supply in these facilities, at least it will reduce the deaths of these babies, and at the end of the day, we will end up achieving our SDGs. Yeah, this slide is talking about the mortality rate still, but more so talking about the babies that die globally. But however, it is emphasis respiratory disease, the respiratory disease being the highest cause of death in most of these babies. Asphyxia has led, and we know that if we only provided oxygen, then these babies' lives can be saved. At Adara, we thought about a solution. What can we do? That explains our Adara Newborn that is going to partner with Free Oxygen Foundation. We believe that in order to reduce at least maternal mortality and stillbirths by 50%, we need to address the quality and availability of services across the continuum of care. If we don't do that, then we cannot reduce. This This project is going to look at 5 arms, and the 5 arms that we are looking at, we are starting right from antenatal, where we are going to ensure that all the mothers that come for service who are pregnant access antenatal care, but they should also deliver from the health facilities. So we will support intrapartum care and also inpatient care for small and sick newborns. And this is where it's going, where Free Oxygen Foundation is going to be so supportive, because we need these small babies to get oxygen such that we can save their lives. However, as a project, we will also look at postnatal care for the mothers and babies. We also have another intervention, especially on following up the babies and also doing early intervention. We've realized that most of the babies who come to the hospitals, immediately after discharge, nobody is there to follow up on these babies. But for us as Adara, we've gone ahead to follow up these babies, especially those that have been nursed in the neonatal care units, and realized that some of these babies have complications which are not like kind of, which are not seen early enough such that we can make interventions. We found babies who have grown up and people are calling them vegetables. Do you know such babies? We have a program called Baby Ubuntu, and is taking care of the disabled babies. Some of these babies, the reasons why these babies are coming up is because they lacked oxygen at that time when they are coming to the world. So we think if we provided oxygen to each and every baby that is born, we shall reduce even the babies that get these disabilities. Yeah, that slide talks about a site where Free Oxygen Foundation has supported us, and that is Nakaseke Hospital. This hospital is capable of admitting 2,800 mothers, delivering 2,800 births each year, and it started with 5 beds in April 2018. Currently, we've seen 1,533 babies cared for in this facility, and we believe if this partnership continues, we will be able to save even more babies than this. Today, as I talk, that facility that started with 5 beds is now having 14 beds, and we think in the future we'll even go up to 50 beds. And as beds increase, it means we are reaching more lives and saving more lives. If we can only multiply that, if we can have a multiplier effect, if Kiwoko is doing it, Nakaseke is doing it, you are doing it in Mbarara, the other side you are doing it, at the end of the day, just imagine if each one of us touches 13 lives, at the end of the day we'll have millions of lives saved. Courtesy of Free Oxygen Foundation. Today, we've seen an increase in the survival rate at those facilities. Before, it was even less than 70%, but today, we see 97.6%. It means it cannot only end in Nakaseke as I'm talking, but we can improve those areas. Talk about them. Go to Mulago, go to Kawempe, go to Mbarara, Mbale. You know, sometimes you read the newspapers and it's just every other time you read the newspapers, it's a scandal. This has happened in Mubende. This has happened in, you know, we should move from just listening to those bad stories, but we can change the story and save more lives. So for us, we've seen more babies receiving oxygen treatment from Free Oxygen System since November 2021, and we want to see that continue, not only in Nakaseke, but also other areas of this country, because we all matter. If we were not here, or if our children don't survive, or our grandchildren, at the end of the day, we shall lose the country. So what is the expected impact in 10 years? We want to think that if this partnership continued, we'll be able to reach over 500 women and babies. We will also be able to save lives at least 7,000. We will also be able to train a number of nurses, biomedical professionals, and all other people who will be mentored and will get a skill to make sure they can be able to save life. In partnership, we still believe at Adara will be able to reach out to community health workers. This is according to our government structure. This is the health center one in your community. I don't know how many of us have tested the services of such people. Hello? Only one person. Yes, you might not be testing it as an individual, but your community or your family might be testing it. Those people do a critical work, especially in prevention of diseases. If they can only extend that education to the community, then we'll see these mothers feeding well, these mothers seeking antenatal care, changing their health-seeking behaviors, and at the end of the day, you realize that some of these babies who need oxygen is because of a gap that was caused at the beginning or in the process of pregnancy or even in the process of doing life. So if we have these people that are continuing to educate the communities, then we will have a reduction in the deaths that we register in our communities. Still want to believe that we'll be able to set up at least 10 neonatal care units. So far we've set one in Chuoko and Nakaseke. We want to move to Luwero. We want to move to Nakasongola. And in the next 10 years, we want to see more, at least 10 neonatal care units or more established. That is if we have the oxygen. But if we don't have oxygen, like Dr. Kumba said, it's very hard to run such units because it's hard. So we also expect to reach out to facilities with the trained biomedical students and engineers. Why? He was mentioning that Mbarara has one. And as long as we don't have such people, even if Free Oxygen Foundation installs those gadgets, at the end of the day, we will not have people to maintain them, we will not have people to run them. They will be useless and just seated in our facilities. So I want to think by the end of this engagement, we'll be able to go out there as ambassadors of change to see that we can improve life. Sometimes we come to conferences like this, but when we go back, nothing happens. And somebody, maybe Sheila will give us calls and say, like, you know, you were here and we discussed this, what is happening? Could we call and see that something is happening? Could we have a testimony maybe after 1 year or after 2 years? Could we have some of the stories coming through, just like Dr. Kumbakumba's told us this story? We want to see very many of those stories come, but more importantly, want to see at least the facilities receiving oxygen in this country. Because today, it might be your friend, your patient, but tomorrow it will be you. And my dear, it's not easy. If you need oxygen and you can't find it, it is terrible. So it will be good if we put hands together, make sure the oxygen comes such that if you need it, or your relative or friend, it will be available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Grace Nalumu. Thank you very much for representing Kabugo very well. Thank you. A hand of applause to Madam Nalumu Grace. Thank you very much. Just to guide ourselves, like my colleague already said, we already time bad, and I request that whoever shall call, keep on moving your eyes to look for where I am. Once I flash this, it means that your time is almost up. I'll flash it to you when you are remaining with 3 minutes. So I'll be either here or there. Please, when we call you up here, be time cautious. It's because we started late. Before I call for another person, allow me very quickly recognize the presence of the representative for DHO Kabale, Mr. Kabiemera Edmond. I hear, thank you. Also, I want to recognize the presence of Bikoruo Muhanji Martin, the medical superintendent, Rushoroza Hospital. Thank you very much for coming. I saw the assistant DHO, MCH, Rakai Hospital, Mr. Muhanja Rasto. You are most welcome. Now, we are calling another speaker. This is a person everybody who spoke has been speaking about. I've heard, okay. Okay, I'm guided as we're having a working tea, and I strongly believe that the prayer we had in the morning is enough for even this tea. God, you have heard this prayer. Amen.
So, ladies and we are sorry for that. I think you need a break, and we are all hungry. Me, I have already taken half a cup of tea. So let's have a working tea. Let's pick our tea. There are 2 serving points, 2 serving centers. Pick your cup of tea. Let's get back here. We'll start the sessions. The panel discussions are going to go on. So please get a cup of tea. And it is true that God loves you and he saw you praying this morning, so you can eat your back with it while we get the panels. Is that okay, Marie? Okay, so let's sort ourselves. The other group that ought to have been there will be brought back later in the afternoon. Yeah, okay, okay. Thank you very much. Let's be a bit fast, get our tea, and then return. If you have something, please, we beg that nobody takes what is not theirs. And if you take it, you return it. But mind and be security cautious.
those ones still outside, please, let's get in the conference hall for the next session. Let's get in for the next session. Just in a blink of an eye, we start our next session, the panel. Yeah, we are waiting for one dignitary whom I'm reliably told that he's already in the house, and it would be prudent enough to have this session when Dr. Mugahi is already in the building. Just waiting for him to take his seat, and then we start. Yes, otherwise, thank you very much for the calmness. Thank you very much. We are yet to see our participation because it shouldn't be only the people in front speaking. Want to see our each and everybody's input, asking questions, people's concerns. Hey, even smiling is also an input. Yeah. And people still outside, it is prudent enough for the Commissioner, Reproductive and Infant Health, to find you inside, seated. I have seen Joseph entering. That's wonderful. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I want us now to get started to this session. And in front of us here, we have a panel of different people. And but most importantly, we have a very important person, Brighton. We have Brighton, baby Brighton, in front of us, and he's smiling. He's, I guess, the smile is as a result of very many things, and among which is the free O2, free oxygen. And he's a direct beneficiary. And we are here for this session, and I don't know whether you'll be able to speak. The moderator will let us know if he has a segment that is going to speak. And Brighton came, of course, with the mother, Mama Mary, and of course the father, Mr. Virungi. You are most welcome for this function. Tweyanzege mwebale kutindiga engendo nimutuuka ate kyatendo. Then we also have the dignitaries in front. One of them is Dr. Emma Secheru. Of course, like I said at the beginning, the MS Kaliso Hospital. I mean, they are here to speak about evident things, what exactly has happened in their facilities. And this panel will be led by, or moderated by, the one and only Dr. Elena. And because of time, I would like to call upon everybody to settle so that we start. For sure we start, because we are time is not our best ally.
Once again, I want to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. Thank you very much for taking up time to come to Breath of Life conference. And I also welcome those who are online, who are watching live. We really appreciate your presence. Thank you very much for taking off time. And the next session is going to be quite interesting. We have excellent panelists here who are going to give you very interesting stories. We have baby Brighton, a survivor. But as I have the microphone, I want to take this special opportunity. Since we have policymakers here, we have innovators, we have other implementing partners, I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself so that you don't forget me in your kingdom. So my name is Elena. I'm an obstetrician, gynecologist with a special interest in public health and with a very special interest in saving lives. Any innovation, any intervention that regards saving life of a mother and a baby, that is where I will go, and that is where my greatest passion is. And I love partnering, I love partnerships, and that is why we have many people here at the front. So I'm going to give just a minute to everyone to introduce themselves briefly, your name and what you do and where you are coming from before we go into the next set of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elena. I'm Dr. Emmanuel Secheru, the medical superintendent of Kalisizo Hospital, Chotara District Local Government in Greater Masaka region. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm Patson Amanya. I work with Kisizo Hospital as a technician. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
It's nice meeting you all. I'm Sekide Patrick, the hospital administrator, Rakai Hospital, also a beneficiary from 302 Foundation.
Abanziridde omwami n'omukyala Semanda ne baby Brighton yakusaba mweyanjule mu lulimi lwe musinga okutegeera.
Amanya nze Semanda William Birungi nga nvudde mu disitulikiti y'Rakai Ekkoki. Nze taata wa Brighton Serugo kambawe n'omukyala wabuuzeeko.
Amanya agange nze Nakintu Mary muzadde wa Brighton Sempijja udde mu district Rakai.
Thank you. Sister, please.
I'm called Sherry Ruth. I'm a midwife working at Itojo Hospital, Tungamo District. I'm the in-charge neonatal department. Thank you.
Thank you very much and welcome members of the panel. So we all know that several hospitals and health facilities have a number of equipment that come in. This equipment can be either donation or they can come straight from the national medical stores, or some we don't even know where they come from. We have different donations. So I want to pose a question in regards to the kind of equipment we have, the kinds of systems we have, and they all come with different standard operating procedures. And we have a technician on board. We have Patson, who is a technician from Chisizi Hospital. What has been your experience working with a free O2 system in relation to other systems that come into the country, that operativity, the standard operating procedures? How has been your experience?
Once again, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The question, it's a bit confusing, but I will answer it. I told you I work with Kisizo Hospital as a technician. It is last year when Sheila and Frank and 302 team came to Kisizo Hospital, and 302 system was installed. I was with another technician who is around. He's called Darius. We helped Sheila and Frank to do all the work. Finally, the work was done. The system was commissioned, and we started using it. Since last year, probably late June or early July, things have been going on well. I will try to summarize. I don't know how many minutes I have, but I'll try to summarize. Yes. Compared to other machines or other things we do use in the hospital. In the hospital, we use a lot of machines, of course. There are concentrators, there are cylinders, there are other things we use. But the free O2 system itself, when we started using it, our work was easy. I don't know whether I would understand this, but I'll try to explain it in one way or another. Like in 2020, in pediatric ward, we used to use a lot of cylinders. We used to use a lot of energy in carrying those cylinders. And actually we used to use a lot of money. I will bring it very well. I think I will try to bring it in refilling those cylinders. There is one time when we tried to move around to look for the place where we can refill our cylinders, and we were like, we couldn't get any place where to refill those cylinders. So all of a sudden, the good news came to Kisizi, and it was Mrs. Sheila who came to Kisizi and brought the good news. I remember the medical superintendent by then welcomed the decision, and they told us, they gave us the hint. And good enough, they organized a workshop for a one-day, it was a one-day workshop, and we were all trained before the system came. Then when it came, it's where I want to explain this. When the system of free O2 came, most especially in pediatric, it's where it is right now. The cylinders we used to use in pediatric ward, probably a month we could use like 6 cylinders and a very big cylinders, but of now we can only use 2 or 1 cylinder. My experience is this. Compared to other years or other months back, we've not wasted a lot of we've not put a lot of money on those on refilling the cylinders. I don't know whether I'm bringing it. Another thing is the free O2, it is a bit easy to use compared to other machines. I'll bring a simple machine like an oxygen concentrator. There are some oxygen concentrators where they can bring it, and they pick someone to start it, and you can even fail to start that concentrator. But the free O2 system, you don't need to learn much on using it. You have to just open the knob, then the oxygen starts flowing. Because the system, it's automatic, the way it is designed. We use the concentrators. We don't have this system of where oxygen is stored somewhere. For us, we have a system where we have 2 concentrators, and those 2 concentrators, they are of 5 liters, 5 liters. So we have the pots. Okay, I'm trying. We have, they were put on 5 beds. So when the system, when we are supplying, we have 5 pots, of which 5 pots, they do supply to 5 beds. On 5 beds, the other time when we would be using concentrators, you would find we are using over 6 concentrators on babies around those beds. But of now, we are using only 5 pots on almost 6 or 7 beds to supply oxygen to our babies. But we have only, there we have a very little challenge where actually there's a team that came to Kisizi. It was asking us some of the challenges we've faced. And this one is one of the challenges we face or we do face, like in pediatric ward. It was our prayer to expand on this system so that it can at least serve more beds than 5 to 7 beds. The other experiences, in Kisizi Hospital, we do generate our own electricity. But there are times when this electricity shuts down. And whenever we are having a shutdown, we don't need to struggle looking for concentrators to supply our ward, specifically pediatric ward, where the system is. Because there is a cylinder that helps us. It works as a backup. It opens automatically and the oxygen continues flowing. So by the other time we would suffer, we would be running, looking for concentrators, looking for cylinders, looking for what to help us to supply oxygen to the babies. And another thing, compared to other machines, the free O2 system, it is easy to maintain. What do I mean? The oxygen, the concentrators that we do use currently, the concentrators we do, let me summarize, the concentrators we use currently, they are of good quality. And I remember it's one time when one of the concentrators blew, but immediately the free O2 system came in and brought another concentrator. Since then, it has eased our work and it is going on very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patson. So in summary, it's easy to use. It's the free O2 group maintains, and it's definitely easy to maintain and cheap. So he also talked about the ability for the health workers to be trained. And the next question will go to Sister Tushabe. So you have experience in using the free O2 system to save lives of the babies. What has been your experience, you personally, the quality of care you give, and the experience with your patients in just 2 minutes, please?
Thank you, doctor. My experience, I'll talk about before and after. As he has mentioned, I'll be so brief. Before, we used to suffer running up and down looking for cylinders. Electricity is not reliable in Uganda, you all know. And it was so hard to maintain babies on oxygen, more than 1 or 2 or 3. But right now, in comparison with that, today we have 5 outlets of free oxygen, and we can put all the babies, even if they are 5, and you continue attending to the other babies who are stable. But the other time, if you had just 1 child on oxygen, it would be so hectic, because you had to be vigilant, seeing whether electricity has gone, whether I have to go look for a cylinder. But this time it's much better. 2, the before situation, we were not organized like it is today, because this the team came, apart from giving us the training, it also helped us organize our room and that now this is IC and we can only put there babies who need oxygen in a well arranged place, and it looks much better. Another thing that we achieved when they came, they trained us. Personally, I had never touched a pulse oximeter. It's my first time to use a pulse oximeter. I mean, I cannot know that someone needs oxygen before you use a pulse oximeter. They trained us and they gave us pulse oximeters. That is Itojo Hospital. Personally, as a midwife, I've become more confident using this system and administering oxygen to patients, to my neonates. Unlike before, I was doing things, but I was not so sure, because we all know that this oxygen thing, when you were in the training at school, we never go deep. But the system and the team, when they brought the system, they made us know much about administering oxygen, the dangers. We didn't know it was even a drug. We would just give the dangers of giving excess oxygen. We know now which people to give. We are more confident. I'm talking on behalf of other midwives as well. We have saved a number of babies compared to the before. Because the other time you would find you only put babies whom you see that for sure this one is really going to die the next minute. And you excuse those ones who can breathe a little, though their SpO2 was lower. By the way, you couldn't even tell because we didn't have pulse oximeters. But now every admission, we put them, we assess them using oximeters, and you find that the baby you didn't think needed oxygen actually needs, and you serve. So the before time really was, but today we've managed to save a number of babies, and thanks to the team, thanks to the people, the innovators, and thank you very much.
That is Sister Tushabe, Senior Midwife, Itojo Hospital. That is our experience. I think what we pick out to the DHOs around, the medical superintendents, the policymakers, representatives from the Ministry of Health you have had. At her level, it was the first time she used the pulse oximeter, so you can imagine what's happening down there, what's happening to other cadres in her line. The first time they use a pulse oximeter is not early when they start training, but 302 comes with a full package. You learn how to use the pulse oximeter, you learn how to administer oxygen as a drug. And the communities of Chotera, Rakai, Masakai, Itojo, and the West have benefited a lot from this. However, we know that in our setting, most of the people, when they hear oxygen, it's a death ticket. They get scared. You know, my baby has been put on oxygen, is going to die. So I want to ask the medical superintendent, Kalisizo Hospital, Dr. Emmanuel Secheru, a public health specialist and a medical officer. What has been your experience in such areas where everybody comes to you and they're making noise, my baby's on oxygen? How do you handle that in Kalisizo Hospital after the entry of 302?
Thank you very much. I'll talk about what free oxygen, the continuous supply of free oxygen, has impacted on both the hospital and even the community. First of all, to the hospital, it has improved the quality of service delivered, especially to these children. Because as we know, as the doctor told us, one of the presenters from Mbarara, that oxygen is a drug. So, and we are finding it hard to treat these sick children or babies without oxygen. So oxygen really improved the quality of care that we are giving to these babies. And this one reduced the patient stay. It also improved the client satisfaction. Counseling, when you counsel these, we usually counsel these mothers or parents very well so that they can accept it. And even when other patients come and see there are already others on oxygen, they wouldn't fear because they have seen that experience. Now, to the health workers, before, as a sister from Itojo told us, health workers weren't confident before this free oxygen, before this free oxygen foundation coming. But health workers were trained, they were given skills, and then they were given the free oxygen apparatus and equipment. So this one improved their skills and also confidence in handling and managing these sick children. So this one was very important. Now to the community, of course previously people were fearing because fearing that when they see a child is put on oxygen, they fear is going to die the next second. But the continuity of a service being provided in a certain facility changes the level of knowledge, the attitude, and the health-seeking behavior of the communities. So the community, the demand for these services has also improved. Previously, when we were not having oxygen in our facilities, we were not getting these patients. But the availability of the service, continuous availability, has also improved the demand and the seeking behavior for these patients. Now, also before we had these free oxygen services, free oxygen in our facilities, we were having a lot of referrals out of the facility. And even the regional referral was overwhelmed by the many patients. Add to that the cost of referral. You can imagine if we didn't have oxygen at this time, where the cost of fuel is very high, you can imagine what would happen. But the presence of these free oxygen services has greatly reduced the numbers of referrals and also reduced on the cost that a patient has to incur in this process. Now, I'll also end with to the hospital. The image of the hospital has also gone up, and the capacity of the hospital has also improved. A hospital surely without oxygen should be like a health center 3. But oxygen is one of the services that makes a facility to be called a hospital. So the facility, the capacity has gone up, and surely I would like to end by appreciating the Free Oxygen Foundation and the Bama Foundation for the great work that they have done in Kalisi Hospital and the Chotera District Local Government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emma. The confidence that the health workers have, I think you have had, because it comes with a full package, and the picture of the hospital, the confidence from the community to keep referring their babies, and above all, the burden that is reduced on Masaka Regional Referral. Our friends who are online, you're going to miss the smile from Baby Brighton. I wish you could just share, because Baby Brighton has been smiling because of free O2 that was available. Njagala bawa yedda chikemu mutubulire Baby Brighton obulamu bwe bwali butya kusooka ne mama ndyoke nzizeeko taata. Kansooke ne mama.
Omwana ono namuzaala nga mulamu bulungi ne batusiibula naye olwatuuka ewaka omwana natandika okwesika. Kati bwe yeesika ne tudduka ne tuddayo mu ddwaliro, omwana ono ne bamuteekako oxygen nga mwana ono ali bubi nnyo 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 nnyo. Naye Mukama yatuyamba, omwana olwamuteekako oxygen yamalako ennaku 4 omwana nadda waggulu. Naye twamuteekako omwana bamuteekako oxygen ng'ali mu mbeera mbi nnyo 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 nga tumanye tagenda kudda waggulu. Naye omwana olwamalako ennaku 4 ne tulaba ng'ateredde. Nadda waggulu omwana n'abeera bulungi. Era nze nwebaza oxygen banne ekitongole ky'oxygen kyebalire ddala.
Tweyanziza nnyo because she's saying the baby spent 4 days on oxygen. Mbadde njagala mubuuzayo ekibuuzo tewatya, weren't you afraid when your baby was on therapy?
Omwana ono we bamuteekako oxygen era natya nnyo ne ŋŋamba omwana ono anaatereera naye nali ndi awo nga ndaba omwana azze waggulu ng'ateredde nga bamutaddeko oxygen naye nga mu kusooka natya nnyo nga manya omwana tagenda kudda waggulu olw'amuteekako oxygen omwana n'atereera nenfuna essanyu nange omwana ng'ateredde era nze oxygen njebaza ate njagala nnyo.
Thank you very much. She was afraid when the baby was on receiving oxygen therapy, but after 4 days, she saw the baby was improving. Thank you very much, Mami Brighton. Mwami Semanda, njagala otubuulire wawulira otya nga baby alwadde ate ne bamuteekako oxygen abaami mutera okutya tubuulire engeri gye wayisibwamu nga baby mulwadde.
Ekyamazima mukyala wange yakwatibwa olubuto twagenda mu ddwaliro lyali ya private ne tuzaala omwana ne tudda awaka nenfuna essanyu nti tuzze waka nga tuli balamu n'omukyala n'omwana naye ku makya nkeera okubuuza ku mukyala mwasuze mutya nangamba twasuze bubi naye akaana ndaba keesika nti keesika katya ne tukatokako nga kasika omukono n'okugulu kati waliwo n'abakyala baali bazze otulabaawo ne batugamba buno si Buganda ne bagamba sibitegeera kati nina omusawo akola ku hospital Rakai ne mukubira ne mugamba twazadde akaana nensaba okalabeko nenvuga nengenda n'akaana nangamba kaleete olwatuuka nangamba omwana wa muzaire ne mbula namuzaire mu private nangamba genda ku hospital maternity direct osobole okufuna obuyambi nengenda mu maternity Rakai natuuka abasawo ne batutunuulira ne bagamba maama w'omwana aliwo omwana tugenda muwa kitanda ne bagamba omukyala muleseka nti muleete naye nkuba awaka essimu nempereza entambula ne banoona maama w'omwana ne bakuba akaana eddagala kana ne kagonda nnyo nnyo kati ekyamazima abasawo bambeererawo era musawo janaati wakuba taliwo yanjira omubiri ku mwana ono wadde n'oxygen yaliwo kuba yasooka okuŋŋamba nti omwana tugenda musako oxygen naye nga ffe tubeereyo mu kyalo batugamba buli muntu agenda ku oxygen tawona era buli muntu agenda ku oxygen asobola okubaawo naye nga yafa dda neŋŋamba musawo ekyamazima omwana ono anaawona naŋŋamba ajja kuba bulungi twamalako ennaku nnya musawo n'atandika nga akakuba obugere nga keesika nange essanyu ne lyeyongera n'atugamba omwana tugenda musibula n'atuyitira dokita ne batusibula nebaza abasawo omulimu omunene gwe mutuyamba nga tuzze mu malwaliro nebaza ekitongole ekyaleeta oxygen mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala lyessanyu lyennina singa si oxygen wadde ne Katonda yaliwo singa sirera neyanza nnyo neyanzeege.
Daddy Brighton. Brighton, born in a private facility, started having convulsions after 1 day, and the neighborhood, I think there was a health worker who works in a Rakai hospital, which is government-owned, went to see the baby, and they did not have oxygen in the private facility. The reliability of oxygen in Rakai hospital saved the life of the baby, because that is where they went. So our facilities are doing quite well, and to the Ministry of Health, this is a good partnership. Free O2 are very good partners, trustworthy, and they know what they are doing. I think this is one of the great stories, and he's saying he was also scared, but the health workers' attitude that really helped him. They took him through, and they held his hand, trying to comfort him until baby Brighton's life was saved. Thank you very much to Yanzanyo Mama Nitata. The hospital administrator today, Patrick Sechide of Rakai Hospital, will tell us. I don't know how it has been easy for you to maintain oxygen at the facility. You can just brief us before and the current state when Free O2 came in, because initially I remember I used to be running up and down, running to Masaka Regional Referral, all over the place. So you as the senior hospital administrator, kindly brief us. What has been your experience and how easy is it currently?
Thank you so much, Dr. Helena, the moderator of this platform. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Free O2 Foundation And I have a feeling that everybody in this room has had a testimony from Rakai Hospital and what Free O2 has done to us. Before Free O2, we used to suffer a lot with oxygen. Most of you who know Rakai, it's a I should call it a hard-to-reach area because it's very far, and our referral is Masaka. Masaka is very, very, very far, and we could find it difficult referring these mothers. Given the terrain of the area also, we use not to access some kids. They could step down in the villages without. But after the installation of Free O2 at Rakai Hospital, these kids are brought to the hospital. And this has increased on the number of lives saved at the hospital. The other thing, we are ensuring, since this Free O2 Foundation installed the system at the hospital, as the administration, we are trying to moderate to see that the safety of the system is intact. Like the doctor said, it's well caged, everything is there, so that service is always flowing, oxygen is available 24/7 to our clients. Good enough, it is not affected with power, it has backups, it has remote control. A nurse is able to detect the purity, how this oxygen is always pure, according to the testimonies we are getting from midwives. We have some points. Briefly, I will tell you that for us at Rakai Hospital, though we have a small neonatal unit, but it has helped a lot to save because it has 5 points where these kids can access free oxygen and flowing 24/7. So as the administrator, I normally ensure that when cylinders are always empty, they are refilled in time. Of constant flow of oxygen has to be at the hospital so that we save more life. Actually, as the hospital administrator, what I can say, we are, in terms of sustainability for this system, for the good work it has done to us, we are including it on our budget to see that we are in liaison with the management committee to see that we get a small fee for maintenance in case the system, so that the system stays flowing forever and ever. Because it is hoping to save so many lives of mothers. And I would like to thank the Free O2 Foundation for the great support they are giving through mentoring. They normally come and check. You know, this system is always like online. Any case it has a problem, they are already notified that your concentrate has an issue. You see a team coming. I would like to thank Madam Sheila, Amina. They are doing a great work to us. They maneuver to come to the facility and do everything. I would give a scenario like renovating that place, and they are like, this system, we don't see it. What happened to your system? So they had to come in. We told them we are still innovating, and we had to improvise to see that there is flow of oxygen using the oxygen cylinders to the kids who would come to the facility. But immediately we completed, the team came back and installed. So the system is in place, and it is working fully, serving. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our panel discussion. Oxygen should not be a challenge in Uganda. And just like Dr. Kumba said, that when you need it, there's no alternative. You're not going to use anything else as a substitute. So we know that we need it. And really, it should not be a challenge when we have Free O2 on board that is very much willing to partner with the health facilities. The PHC funds can be used at a moderate fee that they will tell us, and I know that this is going to push your health facility and Uganda at a higher level, and very many lives will be saved. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lena and the team. Tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege mwebala obujulizi obwo. To the entire panel, thank you very, very much. Mpola mpola. Oxygen tatutawanya. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. JP, we need to make some recognitions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lankaya, for this. Allow me recognize the presence of sorry. Yes, allow me recognize the presence of Dr. Richard Mugayi, the Commissioner Health Services, the Commissioner Reproductive and Infant Health, Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Doctor, for being with us here. And thank you very much for always not letting us down. He's always with us. I think maybe we are trusted. Thank you very much. Allow me also introduce Dr. Ronald, the Acting Commissioner, Clinical Services, Minister of Health. Thank you very much for being here. Yes, and allow me call upon yes, we are coming for another session. Dr. Jones, please. Engineer Tadeo, Dr. Daniel Kabugo, okay. Engineer John Wille, and Dr. Bryn Sobot. Yes. We have Narumu Grace in for Kabugo. Thank you very much. And the moderator is Dr. Jones, if I'm not forgotten. Thank you very much. Please, over to you.
Thank you, everyone. Glad to be here. I want to welcome my panelists too. I'm glad that you are able to make it. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Dr. John Sopungoloch. I'm one of those doctors that do not treat anything. I'm a biomedical engineer by training, and currently I work as the Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology at Mbarara University. I would like to ask my panelists to introduce themselves as well so we know who they are. Yes, please, we'll start with.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grace Narumu. I'm a programs manager at Adara and representing the country director. I'm a public health specialist with a passion in maternal and neonatal health. I think that is all.
Thank you so much, Narumu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm by names of John Wille Tumwine, and I work with Joint Medical Store. I'm a biomedical engineer by profession.
Thank you, John Wille.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bryn Sobot. I'm a co-founder of 302. Why am I sitting here? For the last 3 years, I've supported particularly Sheila Bagayana with our transition to scale program.
Thank you, Sobot. So we are going to start right away. We are talking about regulations, policy, academia, industry, standards, and things like that. So I want to start with Dr. Sobot. 302 started as a research project, and I think the number of standards and regulatory requirements that you had to overcome in order to conform and be allowed to use it in babies. Recently, I was trying to import some research items, and I was told that they do not conform, so I have to pay some money. And then I was wondering, if I pay money, how will they suddenly conform to any standards? Did you just have to pay some money for your thing to conform to standards?
I think a common theme we've heard throughout today is the importance of partnerships, and we're very lucky to have partnered with Krober, a German oxygen concentrator manufacturer. So that has significantly sped up in time and lowered the cost of us being able to use our systems outside of ethics approval. So some of the transition scale program, I think I get to present later in the day. I'll talk a bit more to it then. But that work was done under the umbrella of an ethics approval from MUST and UNCST. So we recognise the importance of the local decisions being made about what's best for the community, and at the same time work as quickly as we can with partners to be able to use them to get regulatory approval, so we can use them outside of that umbrella.
Okay, thank you very much. Ethics approval, and I think Dr. Kumba is part of that ethics committee at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, so we thank you for that. Narumo from ADRA, I know you are also representing Dr. Tadeo from Ministry of Health, ADARA. We are talking about free O2 oxygen, so some of us might think that the oxygen is actually free, but somebody always has to pay the bills, right? So I think people like you from ADARA are probably the ones meeting some of these bills, even though we are saying it's a free O2 oxygen. Some of the people who pay our bills sometimes get disappointed when they come to our facilities and they find equipment that they bought or supported is lying there idle and not being used, not maintained, and things like that. How happy are you with the supporting Free O2 Foundation?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. At ADARA, we have quite a number of innovations, and when we started the new project, that is ADARA Newborn, we thought it was going to be a walkover because we had been at it since 1998 in Chiwoko. But when we extended to Nakaseke Hospital, it was a bit hard. Every other time, they would call us, there is no oxygen, there is no this. So it was becoming quite challenging. However, when we had, from our support office, the global office that is Australia, they told us about Free Oxygen Foundation, and in partnership with them, we've been able to extend to Nakaseke, where they had to come and train staff. They also mentor them, but they were able to install that free oxygen. Somebody may think it is free, but to Free Oxygen Foundation, it's something that needs a lot of funding. It is expensive and costly, and I think that's why we are here, to appreciate the fact that there is a need for partnership to ensure that such innovations can come through. But also, I know when we come together, even if something looks very hard or expensive, we can reduce on the cost by coming together as a team. So one thing that was very critical was the leadership and governance at the facility. Most times when these innovations come, the leadership at the facility at that moment can act as a gridlock or can help that intervention to succeed. We had a very fertile ground in Nakaseke because the leadership supported them. It may not cost money, but if the leadership is not strong and supportive of a program, then it may not be possible. We also had a challenge of oxygen, and for us we thought we would buy concentrators and probably solve the problem. But even after buying concentrators, we realized that sometimes because of the unreliable power source, it was not easy to keep the concentrators even if we bought thousands of them. So we realized that if we installed oxygen, it would be easier in managing these patients, these neonates. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So all of us need that support to make sure that the Free O2 Foundation succeeds in getting this oxygen to the people that really need it. I'll come to you, Engineer Willie. You come from Joint Medical Stores, one of the leading distributors of medical equipment and medical technology in this country. You also offer maintenance services for those equipment. Having heard about FreeO2 systems, I'm sure that in the next few years or so, we'll need the distribution infrastructure, and probably we can benefit from your company as well. What do you think would be needed for a system like this to be part of your distribution system?
Thank you, Dr. John. At GMS, we do supply medical equipment, including oxygen plants and devices, some other devices like oxygen concentrators. And I was asked, how do you ensure that these equipment are well maintained? First of all, at GMS, when you purchase an equipment from GMS, we ensure that you are provided an engineer to escort you to your facility to install and commission the equipment. And on top of that, they do what we call user training. So they leave the site when each and everyone, all the responsible users, are well trained on that equipment. Before our engineer leaves the site, we ensure that we share the service schedule. When is the next service due? The service schedule should clearly indicate the telephone number in case of an emergency. Okay. Now, the visiting engineer, for the case of oxygen machines, the visiting engineer will ensure the following at site. That is when the machine is due for service. One, we have to check for the purity of oxygen. Number two, we check the pressure. Number three, we retrain the users who use this equipment, and then advise the stock or the equipment, the spare parts to have in stock in case of emergency, because we have had cases whereby you order for the spare, your machine has broken down, you order for the spare, and you can't find anywhere. So the visiting engineer will advise the team on ground to stock some necessary parts. For the equipment or like cylinder, we ensure that we check all the leakages and the calibration or inspection certificates to avoid incidences like explosions and emptying, the cylinder emptying itself. So in case of an emergency, the health worker will come and pick the empty cylinder thinking that there is oxygen. So we check also for the leakages.
Thank you, Willie. And I'll still come back to you as we talk about business, because this is a business opportunity for you as well. You had FreeO2 Foundation was trying to say maybe in future there might be some subscription as well. But you have oxygen concentrators that you already distribute into the hospitals. How do you think this system will compete with some of the technologies that you already have?
We stock concentrators. I think FreeO2, they can be our partner in terms of buying the equipment from us. The equipment I've seen they buy from Kuruba German, but we also have some good brands which can compete with Kuruba German to support this system, like Devribis and AirSep.
Okay, so FreeO2 works hand in hand with concentrators, so we are not throwing concentrators away, so we are not putting you out of business. That is good to know. I'll come to you, Dr. Sobit, again. I started as I would call myself a maintenance technician at the regional hospital. And then I went on now working with the students at the university. If you come to our labs, you will find that we have a number of projects that we start this year, they end there. Next year we start another one, they end there, and there is no clear future for most of these projects. You started these as well, sort of as a university research projects, and you have managed to come this far. What does it take to bring a research from a university to a level that you have brought it now, that it is almost a finished product? I would like to learn that.
So firstly, for every 10 ideas we have, maybe one goes through all the gates. So just to any young inventors in the audience, I don't want to give that bias. So I guess in a word, tenacity is how you get from a lab in Melbourne to sitting here and meeting Baby Brighton. I guess also a degree of arrogance, because if you truly innovate, it almost by definition is stuff people haven't seen, and so they should rightly be sceptical. And so there are lots of decision makers that you need to convince from startup funding to explore your idea, which is at a really high risk state. And then I can't go through and list all the partners. I mean, we've got the logo there. But I guess what I would say, what I was really shocked about, was when you go to people and you communicate why you're doing what you're doing, once they understand it's not for yourself, they're 9 times out of 10 they'll bend over backwards to help you. A lot of the logos we've got there from our industry partners, there was no reason they had to help. We're not aligned with their business model. Part of the low pressure oxygen store is applied to a very different industry. So, but I think, I guess I would say that to I can't say other anymore because now I'm old, but young innovators in the room, being young, I think people want to help you, which I didn't realise at the time. I guess recognising skill sets. So I'm a physicist by training. So recognising that there's a whole chain of things that need to happen to in this case get oxygen to that little boy, and innovation is only the start of it. And again, we don't have enough time to go through all of those huge steps. But if I can just speak to innovation once more, I think the most important thing to do is listen. So keep your mouth shut and listen to what's being said. I'm just looking at the picture of Sister Addie. So Dr. Kumba showed in his presentation what we call the stack lamp, that green, orange, red light. So that was born from Sister Addie saying, hey, I've got so much to do, I don't have time to go over and look at the oxygen system. So I need a way to be able to see from where I am what's happening, and that's since given her confidence around referral. So again, it's listening to the need of the people we're trying to serve.
Thank you so much. That was quite enlightening. So I think when I go back to my lab, he said out of the 10 ideas they have, about 1. So that's about 10% success. So I think I'll go back to my lab and I'll count from number 1. The 10th one succeeds, I count. The next 10th, and I do like that. And I see how many, but I'm kidding. I know there's a lot of work that go on beyond just counting. Starting off from Australia, when you started doing this, I know Uganda is in need, but there are several other countries that I need too, and you could have easily gone to any of them. How did you end up in Uganda?
So again, I guess it's a recurring theme, partnerships. So we were lucky enough to meet Dr. Celestine Bougier and Sheila on that first trip. So the the single most important thing to us is local champions. We don't want to go to any partners and tell them what's important and that we have something that you need. It's not up to we Australians to dictate that. And so, but Dr. Celestine recognised the importance of reliable oxygen and has been a fantastic partner ever since. To answer your question specifically, I met a paediatrician at Harvard when I was at MIT for a little while, Dr. Peter Moscovus, and he said, "Hey, you've got to come to where I'm working in Uganda." So that's how we got to meet Dr. Celestine, and as they say, the rest is history.
Oh, good. So today we have lots of visitors here, and make sure you treat them well, because their first visit they were treated well and they came back. So be careful who you talk to. There might be the next partner you have in the next few years. I'll come back to Adara Foundation. This system is at the moment in a few facilities. Part of which you are supporting. I think probably the Ministry of Health will talk into this as well when they make their speech. But what do you think, how some of the strategies that you think should be put in place to roll out this system in the whole country? Because the whole country really needs it, and probably will take more effort than we think to have it in most of our healthcare facilities and in our healthcare system. What do you think are some of those things that we need to do as a country to make sure this system is sustainable within our environment?
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much for that. We need partnerships, but most importantly, we need the support from the government, especially the political department. Often programs come, but if they don't receive the political support, the central government, we have Ministry of Health here, we have all the policymakers here, provided they don't support a program, it becomes a challenge. And I think that is the reason why all of us are here. I request that we support this. Second, we need the support from the facilities. Most of our facilities are running down because of the negligence, either from the leaders, the workers. You know, when Dr. Kumba was presenting, I saw his heart, his passion for the babies. We need health workers who have the passion. We need a strong workforce in the facilities. We need the nurses, the doctors that are motivated to see that work happens. Just like we've said, even if free oxygen comes and installs, if we don't have the expertise, the experts that are ready to take over to monitor these equipments, then at the end of the day, they will not be able to take off. We need a committed staff. We need also sensitization of the masses. Like we say, this project is a bit capital intensive. So every other time people install something, at the end of the day we shall evaluate. Is it worth the cost? Is it cost effective? Did we need to go into this venture? So that means that we need to support, we need to sensitize the community to know the services that are available at the health facilities such that they can utilize the services. Because if they don't utilize the services, then at the end of the day we shall evaluate and realize, we will not realize the value for that kind of venture. And at the end of the day, you will ask yourself, free oxygen was here telling us about ABCD, where did they go? The moment they look at it and evaluate there is no value for money, it will die off. So that means we need to, every other time, support it, but also know that we will realize the investment and maybe the profit that comes with it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll go. So support from the government, local governments, and everyone else who can provide support, I think will be good to have this system roll out in the country. Engineer Willie, as an engineer, there are some of the things you look at in a technology to try and forecast whether it is going to be sustainable in a given environment. With your experience from joint medical stores, what are some of the things that you think a technology like this needs for it to be sustainable outside there? Narugo has said that some of these things might start and end up somewhere because of lack of sustainability. So how do you think we can make this sustainable?
Thank you, Dr. John. Now, I think we should look at sources of energy, for example, solar and wind energy. Because if you use solar energy, you can be able to produce oxygen even in rural areas, deep in Karamoja, deep in Chisoro. If you are able to use wind energy or solar, you can. Because here you see we still have to use a cylinder somewhere, of which the cylinder may not be also readily available. And then we also have an oxygen concentrator. And you see we have a problem of power failure here. So I'm looking at maybe if they can innovate now into the solar energy and wind energy, it would be sustainable.
Thank you, Engineer Willie. Talking about energy, an oxygen concentrator is quite energy hungry. It has a big motor in there that probably will need more power than we might be able to provide in some cases. What alternative sources of energy do you think this system can work with other than the regular electricity that we have in our facilities?
Yeah, well, my colleague has laid the groundwork for my answer. Coincidentally, we have a solar innovation we're working on at 302 Uganda headquarters. So I'd like to extend an invitation to you both, actually, given you've got students, they'd be more than welcome to come and have a look and provide advice. So yes, we are building a solar-powered oxygen concentrator. We're particularly interested in it because we believe that most of mortality happens in the peripheral of the health system, where, of course, electricity supply gets worse. So there's sort of this nasty catch-22. So we're working on that. I guess more immediately, so I think it costs about $130 per month of electricity to run a concentrator. Can rival the capital cost of the concentrator. And that's one benefit to the oxygen distribution system. So by routing the oxygen to many beds, you don't need to run many concentrators that are at a very low flow meter per minute. You can run one more efficiently at 10 litres per minute and send all those 10 litres to different babies. So there's low-hanging fruit there through flow splitters, and in our case, the oxygen distribution system. We're also looking at technology, and it's only nascent, to actually automatically turn off the concentrators once we've filled up our oxygen store. Of course, there's a lot to consider around that, and I'm sure the ethics committee will quite rightly have a lot of questions about that. So we do have a pipeline of innovations at various stages, but we really want to drive down the cost per litre of oxygen delivered to the patient, and you can't ignore electricity in that calculation.
Thank you. So energy is still a big issue, but there
are the most expensive components. We have a very good relationship partnership with our German manufacturing colleagues, and we're working to make sure that the systems we position and so we're swap and go. If the system, if a concentrator fails, we don't fix it in stock. That also is actually from Sheila. I haven't actually brought one of these concentrators back, and we dissect it, understand what's going on, get those folks. But yeah, that is an area we particularly with COVID, with the cost of freight skyrocketing, and Uganda being a landlocked country, so coming through Mombasa is very expensive. I'm sure there are many people in the audience who understand the bottlenecks better than I do, but we are acutely aware of those.
Thank you. So 302 seems to be covering everything as they move on. They have structures in place, they understand the environment, and they are putting in place what is really needed to make sure that their system runs. I will come back to Engineer Willie, who deals with concentrators. In many of our healthcare facilities, sometimes there are instances when they say that concentrator has become hot, you bring another one and we let this one rest for a while. Do you think oxygen concentrators need rest, given that we are going to have one behind a ward that is serving very many people, so we probably need to run it 24/7? Do you think the concentrators have what it takes to run throughout without being switched off?
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Dr. John. The concentrators are designed to run 24/7 as long as the environment is suitable. If it is in a well-ventilated place, it can run 24/7. It doesn't need to switch off and rest. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So healthcare providers that are here, let the concentrator run. If there is power, run it. It won't affect its operation. It is designed to do that. So as we conclude, I am going to donate some of my time to Mr. Lokaya and his team. I just want to make a round of parting shots as we leave here. Adara Foundation, what do you want people to go out with in terms of this technology, but also your participation in many other sectors that you probably support in your areas of operation? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, James. What to take home is that we all need the oxygen. It might not be that patient that you are thinking about, but yourself. Every other time you know that you will also need oxygen, in your respective office, you will be able to save that money for this program. The government should be able to set aside, there is that budget, health budget. Can we have that accounted for? Because tomorrow, you, the person who is signing those checks to go to other departments, you will be the very person to need this oxygen for yourself. So if you only allow this program to continue, you'll be saving yourself for the future. Instead of throwing you out of the country, it will be here, and I know it will even be more cheaper than going to consume it outside the country. To the leaders, it takes you, if you are a leader in your position and you don't support this venture, at the end of the day, the people that you are leading, you will just lose them, but at the end of the day, you will be affected psychologically. Just imagine if you're a leader at Mbarara Hospital and every other time the mortuary is taking all the people that come to the facility. I don't think that will be good leadership. To the partners that are here, it takes, you may think you don't matter in this, But the fact that you are here, you matter a lot. If you only supported or advocated for this intervention, at the end of the day, it will be a success and we will all benefit out of it. Remember, you need to be committed to this. We need to work hard in our offices. It just takes a mindset. Don't look at your neighbor. Often you're like, after all, my boss has refused. Can you convince them? After all, my people are not doing. Can you be the example? Can it start with you? I remember there was that advert for stopping HIV. And they would say, stopping HIV, it starts with you. So everybody continued saying, it starts with you, it starts with you, it starts with you, until nobody was responsible. But if we can change and say, if we to avail oxygen to the masses, it starts with me, then each one of us will take it upon themselves as a responsibility to see that we can have oxygen. I know it may look big, but like we said, if it's a partnership, then the journey will be shorter and simple and cheaper. It also takes your commitment. If you are committed to this, I know we shall overcome. However, if we don't commit ourselves to it, then it will end here. How I pray that it doesn't just end here in this room, but we take it out, support it, and let it benefit us, our children, our grandchildren, and the nation at large. Remember, if you have strong people, then you are going to have a strong nation. But if we have weak people, then our nation is going to be weak. And all the time we shall be in scandals. But if we can just wake up and be strong and take charge, then we shall have this program come through and it will benefit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those wise words. So wake up tomorrow and determine to be strong, and then we will have a strong nation. Engineer Willie, as you give your parting shots, the FreeO2 devices use concentrators, and you have the concentrators. As you conclude, could you also talk about are there any possible partnerships between you and the FreeO2 Foundation, and how can the foundation take advantage of your organization? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. John. As Joint Medical Store, we stock very good quality oxygen concentrators. We have service engineers available to take care of any faults which may arise, do the installation. So any partnership with FreeO2 is highly welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Sheila and your team, you have a partner here in Joint Medical Stores. Dr. Sobit, any parting shots? Anything that you want people to go out remembering that if I have one thing to remember about FreeO2 Foundation and the systems, this is what it is?
So I've had the privilege of traveling to many countries around the world and many of the world's leading universities. Sheila is a world leader. If the local community can support leaders like Sheila, Uganda's got a very, very bright future.
Good. Sheila, we need to fight hard to keep Sheila here. Ministry of Health and everyone else, all the partners, we need Sheila. When she goes, the system will collapse. Sheila was my student too, and she graduated with a first-class degree, so I know she's good. I can attest to that. I want to thank everyone for this session. I thank FreeO2 Foundation for offering this opportunity to Uganda. And I want to encourage everyone and all the partners that let's continue supporting FreeO2 Foundation so that we can have oxygen available in the whole country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones and the panel. Thank you very, very, very much. Yes. Faith, where is Cuthbert, Mahmoud, and Stephen? Please come forward quickly. These young people are also students of Dr. Jones Bongoloch, and they are inspired by Sheila because Dr. Jones, as their teacher, keeps giving you as reference. So if you get lots of hiccup during 8 to 5 when lectures are going on, you know that they're always talking about you. And they are inspired. They are finalists, biomedical engineers who should be out in the world very soon. And they have great love for oxygen. So their final year project is on oxygen. Is that the truth, Cuthbert? Confirm.
Yes, it's the truth. I was inspired by the time I interned at 302. I had Sheila as my direct supervisor. So with everything she taught me about the low pressure oxygen storage system, I went ahead and worked with all my co-head supervisors. I'll let Agasha say a little more about the project, if you let me. Thank you.
So hello everybody. So basically our project was about medium pressure oxygen storage. So in terms we built a system which almost mimicked the 302 system. The only difference is that we were using a compressor to compress more oxygen into a tank that we designed and built to be able to store more oxygen in case power outages go for longer periods of time. Yeah, basically that was what it was about.
Oh, to thank, okay.
Yes, good afternoon once again. Yeah, we really thank you for this opportunity that you've allowed us to present our project, partly about our project from here. And we shall be very glad in case anyone wants to look at it or wants to go through it with us. We shall really be glad to take you through it. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can resume. Dr. Jones, it was important that people know that you are a conveyor belt of lots of people. And Sheila, thank you for inspiring these young people. Where you are not, lots of your goodness is still taking root. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you again, Dr. Jones, for leading us through that session. Our next presenter is a presentation on helping premature babies breathe. Ms. Doris Morel, Executive Director at Doris Morel Foundation, that aims to reduce the birth and death rate of born too soon in Tanzania. Doris is a former Miss Uganda. She is a founder and executive director at her foundation. So you can imagine what brand ambassadorship can be if it is not Doris. Who are we in Mbarara to grace your sight, to see you and to believe? Doris, please come and make your presentation. Thank you very much for taking off time from your busy schedule to travel to Uganda. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, I am not Miss Uganda. Yes, so I'm a former beauty queen from Tanzania. Yes, and
It is absolutely very unbecoming of my memory to think that Uganda equals East Africa. But since we are in a federation, I really want to say that I fully meant Tanzania, and those who had Uganda, I really do not know where your ears were. Tanzania it is.
Wow, thank you very much. I had to clarify that. Well, thank you very much for you two for inviting me here. It's such an honor, and I would say it's one of the most privileged time because I was personally born premature with 900 grams back in the years of 1990. So I'm 30 years old, just turning 31 in December. When I was born premature, my mom told me that I was not able to breathe. I was not able to suck her breasts. Getting milk from her breast. And also, she told me I stayed in a hospital for 3 months. But again, it wasn't touching enough until when she said there was a moment that she felt that I would die. And I wasn't alone. We were just the two of us, the twins. So my firstborn twin. And my name is Doris, and he's David. So my mom is a nurse. She still is a nurse. She's about to retire in the next few months to come. So by that time, when my mom told me that story, I was already a beauty queen of Tanzania. So when she was giving me that story, what was coming to my mind was, how is this baby looking like? How can a premature baby not be able to breathe, not be able to take milk, not be able to just sustain her life? Then I took a moment, so I went to a national hospital, and I met the late Dr. Augustine Masawe. He was one of the best neonatologists we have in the country. He was also our board member. So it was a very touchy moment when he just walked me throughout a premature baby life. So I was just planning to spend an hour, be2 Queens. I walked in with my heels, with my crown, and I have this name tag here. So I'm just walking in to see how the life is. Then after a few minutes, then he said, Doris, no, I have to go. A nurse just called me that there's a baby who needs resuscitation. I said, what the hell? Okay, so can I tag along? So he said, yeah, let's go. So when I walked in, the very first thing I see is a baby in blue. Then the baby is turning green. Then they have to attach it to an oxygen machine. So I start asking all these questions. So why is this baby green? Why is this baby blue? Why is everything happening at once? And then there was another premature baby who just came and she choked milk. So they were looking for a suction machine so that they can take off the milk. So I was confused and frustrated. And then, they said this machine is actually giving us hard time to switch on because it was overused. It was working across 2 days ago and it was not being switched off. So I started getting frustrated and asked, so can you take me through what it means to have all these equipments in hospital? So by that time, I was finding my path to what should I do for my community, because I was already attached with building latrines for children in primary school, and I was already built more than 18 halls for a primary school in Singida, one of the regions in Tanzania. And I was already loving it. But again, when my mom told me that you're born premature, so I had to go research about it. So the beauty part of it is that the baby in 3 hours came to life because the baby was almost going. And then I had to go and talk to the mother. How many months are you spending time here? She told me this is my 2nd month, and I gave birth to a 400-gram premature baby. I was like, what? Can a baby be 400 grams? So that time when I was walking in, the baby was 1.2 kg. And from there onwards, I said, if this is the life that I went through at 900 grams, I'm going to take this course. And then just in 3 months, I launched the Doris Moller Foundation, an NGO that raises awareness about premature babies, donate equipment to support the survival of premature babies in our hospital. But also, my biggest work that I'm always very proud of, and I'm still very proud of, is that we are able to create family-friendly policies in partnership with our government. So in terms of raising awareness, Doris Moller Foundation is still doing films. So we are working with local cartoon artists to to provide cartoon stories that will come out in newspapers and local social media platforms, so people get such message. But also we are partnering with social media influencers who also tends to own social media accounts for us to continue disseminating information. So we have also moments with TV and radio programs, but on top of all, we created a film that is aired out to our national televisions across once per month, every month, once. And also we are also covering the whole of Tanzania, so including Zanzibar. So again, that was not enough, so we managed to donate equipment in more than 53 hospitals in the country. And one of the key items that we always don't forget to carry with are oxygen concentrators, because the very first thing the late Dr. Masai told me is that, Doris, the very important item that we need to start campaigning for is the oxygen machines. So the very first activity that we did when we were launching the foundation was to collect 80 oxygen concentrators to circulate in our country for the purpose of making sure that these babies don't die before their time, because they were born before time, and again they have to die before the right time that God has planned for them to go away. So we're very much glad we were able to do that, and now that we have covered 53 hospitals in partnership with several hospitals, and now we are very proud that we are partnering with 302 to go to the hardest to reach areas. Those are our targets. But one of the key milestones that the Doris Moore Foundation is doing, and I wish to, and I'm still taking it to the East African platform, is that we are now working in the extension of parental leave law for parents with premature babies. We are now incorporating the knowledge of premature birth and baby to science and biology subjects in the topic of reproduction. And also we are, I would say it's a milestone that we kicked already, it's already on work, that the health insurances cover for premature babies, but covering under the maternity health coverage of a mother. So we're glad that the private health insurance, all of them have incorporated the cost under the maternity coverage of a mother, but also our national health coverage is also covering in the same. One of the best things that we've been campaigning for about, I would say 6 years. We're campaigning for our government to budget for premature baby costs in the country. So the Ministry of Health this year mentioned publicly, and I remember 302 team was in our parliament, when our Minister, Honorable Umi Ali Mwalimu, mentioned that the government has now budgeted for 23.36 billion Tanzanian shillings to build 100 NICUs, to equip them and to train the healthcare workers. That is the biggest milestone that we have achieved. So, what is the Doris Moore Foundation is supposed to do in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and all other East African countries? So we have taken the lessons learned into the East Africa Legislative Assembly, and we have sent a petition to the Speaker of EALA, Honorable Martin Gogi. Our aims are to make sure that the member states do account and make sure that they budget for premature baby costs into their budget under their ministries of health, but also they look into how best do they support the parents with premature babies under the working mothers. Again, there's a lot of trouble, efforts, and sacrifice to talk about the mothers who are not working in the formal sectors. There's a lot of gap that we need to feed, but at least now we have these milestones and advocative messages that we have to work on. So I would congratulate 302 based on the very key important issue, especially on how best do we reach the underprivileged areas. You know, our countries are always out of power cuts. And my biggest cry after donating equipment in several hospitals in my country was like, so how best do I support premature babies who are born in marginalized community when they need oxygen? Do we have oxygen concentrators that are made of solar panel? Or do we have at least an oxygen concentrator that can save a little bit of oxygen until the power is back? So we are glad that 302 is providing that innovation to our countries, and it's something that has to be well welcomed, well hugged, and well embraced. If we have such innovations in our Eastern African countries, then we are able to save many premature babies who are supposed to be engineers, are supposed to be doctors, are supposed to be presidents. So we have Lionel Messi, who was born premature. So look into how best the parents and everybody around him who worked so hard to make sure he is where he is today. We have Isaac Newton. We don't know the innovations that were created at that time to make sure he's surviving until now he's an inspiration to many. We have several icons, the Stevie Wonder, who was born premature. We have so many good names who have made it, but they were born premature. So it's an effort to everybody. So I happen to sit in the Global Advisory Group that is about to launch a Born Too Soon Action report, and it's called a Decade Edition. It's an edition of the very first Born Too Soon Action that was launched in 2012 by Ban Ki-moon. So next year, May 2023, it's going to be launched in South Africa. So when we're sitting, we're discussing to how best are we taking the lessons learned after the provision of the Born Too Soon Action that was provided by then. How best do we scale up the good innovations that I brought in? How best do we scale up the good policies that were created in this phase? How do we best do that? So look at Doris, was born premature, made it to school, she became a beauty queen in her country, and again she's giving back to her country and managed to save more than 15,000 premature babies. So what if I didn't exist? We all have to understand and know that somewhere, someday, someone has to be pregnant, and somewhere, someone has to get prepared for that baby. What if she gives birth too soon? Are we all ready? Is anybody preparing? Let's start from our family level to our national level. So when we are talking about our family level, we're talking about the communities. You know how African countries are. You give birth to a premature baby, no one is coming to see you in the hospital. You only have the nurses giving you, or maybe it's free food from the hospital, or a husband is just dropping some few things and then he's going back to his work or any other. There's a lot of cries of women who are going back finding their husbands married to other women. So who is giving emotional support to these women? But again, the government has an important role to make sure that they provide enough good care for these mothers who are giving birth too soon. Because again, you have to remember, these mothers are giving birth to a human capital that the government is waiting to use that human capital to increase the GDP of the country. So how are we preparing a health human capital if we're not investing on the very first item, which is oxygen? It has to be a very normal, it has to be a very normal service to everybody. We should all be able to access oxygen when we need it. So when the innovations are coming to our countries, we should find the best way to embrace. So I'm looking at FreeO2, and I'm looking at FreeO2 being able to be supported very well by the Ugandan government. Let us give them a land if we have. Let them provide the innovations and create it here. How are we using the innovations that are brought in? How many are we training our own Ugandan personalities to be able to work with the innovations that are created? To what extent are we supportive enough? So it has to come to a question that when we talk about, it has to begin with us. I'm glad that you brought us to that stage. We have to be practical and not talk to conferences and not talk to interviews on medias. We have to be real. I decided to be real, so I'm expecting all of you, you'll be real to understand one day a baby will be born too soon, and you are supposed to remember that the premature babies can survive, but when given the right care, and you're responsible to make sure you provide that care. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Doris, former Miss Tanzania. Thank you very much. We are honored with your story. Maybe before Yaounde, is the video for Dr. Godwin available? It is not. Okay, that will be difficult to move. What do we do? Give us the presentation so that we place it on this. Yes. Yeunde Kamuntu from the Clinton Health Access, is a program manager for the Clinton Health Access Oxygen Expansion Program in Uganda. She has over 10 years of experience in clinical pharmacy and 5 years of experience in public health in the UK, Kenya, and Uganda. She holds an MPharm degree from the University of Nottingham and an MPH degree from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Yaounde, you are very, very welcome. Are you struggling with the computer? Or it is the computer struggling to contend with the wonderful words we are about to hear from you? Ladies and gentlemen, I continue to appreciate your presence, your listening, so that we find the courage and energy to go through to the end. Marie, are we doing well? You have any advisory services? She's trying to get her presentation. Joseph, your absence is causing us a great delay. We have a presentation to put up at the projectors on. We would like a switch from a YIT back to the presentation. We would need that cable back. You've transferred, okay. Yeah, no, the cable is coming. Oh, the mic.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much to 302 for inviting us to talk about our program, and thank you to you all for participating in this conference. Sheila and team we've been working with for some years now, and yes, we're really excited about where 302 has reached and what will be coming in the future. So just by way of introduction, my name is Yewande Kamuntu, and I work with Clinton Health Access Initiative, or CHAI in short. You may have heard of CHAI. CHAI is a global health organization committed to saving lives through integrated health systems and expanding access to care and treatment across several illnesses. We started off in HIV, and we've moved on to malaria. We're doing some work in vaccines, and more recently we started an oxygen program. Okay, so we have been working very closely with Ministry of Health for several years now. Our introduction to oxygen was really a pneumonia program. We were finding that we had increased access to the antibiotics needed, and yet we were still seeing a lot of mortality. So we were puzzled, and we went and did some assessments to collect data and understand what is the real issue here. The treatment is now available, but we're still seeing children dying. So when we delved a bit deeper, we came to realize that oxygen was one of these problems. Oxygen was not being given as a life-saving emergency treatment for children with severe pneumonia. So despite having the antibiotics available, it takes some time for the antibiotics to kick in and start working. In the meantime, we were losing babies because they were hypoxemic and oxygen was not being given to them. So that was our introduction really to oxygen. And we worked very closely with Ministry of Health. to develop the first ever oxygen strategic plan. So this scale-up plan that was presented earlier, Chai was technical support to Ministry of Health for that plan. And it's actually coming to an end this year, so we will continue the support to Ministry of Health to update that. So by way of background, my time's been reduced to by half, so I'm going to skip past slides quite quickly, so please excuse me. But some of this information has already been mentioned by other presenters, so it's those aspects that I will skip past. Essentially, the problem we're trying to solve for this oxygen program at CHAI is really expanding access to diagnosis and treatment of hypoxemia. And we're using the scale-up plan that was mentioned earlier as our guide. It's our guiding framework. So you'll see that the themes are very similar. The main issues or challenges that we were seeing is that there's inadequate provider capacity to both diagnose and then go on to treat hypoxemia. And this, coupled with poor access to oxygen supply, is basically resulting in patients who need life-saving oxygen not getting it. Okay, so there are three main objectives for our program. The first is to strengthen diagnosis and treatment of hypoxemia at health facilities. Then the second is to improve oxygen delivery systems, and this includes everything from policy, financing, supply chain, all the way through to repair and maintenance, which we've already heard quite a lot about. And then finally, to strengthen data visibility and monitoring systems so that we can utilize that data for decision making moving forward. And we've also heard quite a bit about that earlier. So where we started, the program was launched late 2019 in the last quarter, pre-COVID, and then in 2020 we basically we were getting started with program implementation. So we did a baseline assessment and started developing some of the materials that we would need to implement. So all of this work was really going well until the COVID pandemic hit. And of course, that really stretched the program and Ministry of Health, because we were working in partnership with Ministry of Health. So it meant that some changes needed to be made along the way, but we continued. So in 2021, we continued with the rollout of the program interventions, and we also pivoted the program to support the COVID response. So we also did quite a lot of work at the national level, supporting Ministry of Health at the national level, as well as at subnational. The original plan was to do a lot of work at the subnational level in 2 regions, basically to get some more understanding of some of the challenges and learn how best to address these challenges to inform scale-up across the rest of the country. So our 2 focus districts were Jinja Regional Referral Hospital and the catchment facilities, as well as Mubende Regional Referral Hospital and the catchment facilities there. So in 2021 we continued, and then this year we've really been transitioning and starting the process of reducing the support that we've been providing to these 2 regions in particular. And then moving forward, we're hoping to work together with Ministry of Health to scale up these interventions that have been successful in these 2 regions and continue to build systems and build capacity, both at the national level and the subnational level. So as I mentioned before, there were 3 main objectives. The first is strengthening diagnosis and treatment of hypoxemia. So what we've done in this regard is we first developed an in-service hypoxemia management training package together with the Ministry of Health. And this was then used to train almost 500 healthcare workers at all the hospitals and health center 4s in these 2 target regions. And it covered everything from the diagnosis using pulse oximeters, all the way through to actually administering oxygen from different sources, from a concentrator, from a cylinder, and monitoring, as well as weaning, because sometimes we stop at just giving the oxygen, and yet that's not the end of the story. So we covered all of that, including user training for the equipment, and it was very well received. We've then gone on to work with Ministry of Health to start the process of having the hypoxemia management guidelines incorporated within the national clinical guidelines. Previously, it hasn't really featured so well, so we wanted to make sure that we bring that out, and in doing so, we'll be able to now reach much further once it's part of the national guidelines. The other gap that we saw was that medical oxygen was not on the list of essential medicines. And as you know, oxygen is an essential medicine, and it is so defined by WHO, but in country we hadn't yet made that transition to having it on that list. So that's something else that we've been working on this year as the review has been going on. We also went down, so I mentioned that most of that was in hospitals and health center 4s. So Ministry of Health was very keen to expand oxygen services down to health center 3, realizing that that's really the first point of contact for many people. And so we expanded our initial program and decided to go down to the health center 3 level. And we started with a study to determine hypoxemia prevalence, because we weren't sure whether people were self-referring up to health center 4s or hospitals, or whether indeed there were many cases going to health center 3s. So as a result of the findings from that study, we decided to roll out the hypoxemia management capacity building package to select health center 3s in these 2 regions. And you can see the results there for the health center 4s, and hospitals are the first 4. So we started at screening that was 16% for pediatrics in health center 4s and hospitals, and by mid this year we had reached 87%. And then of those who were actually diagnosed and given oxygen, we started at 17% for the children, and we ended up at 90%. So the capacity building package has really been successful, and we want to now work with ministry to roll this out across the country. In terms of sharing lessons learned, we continue to have regular quarterly best practice sharing workshops, whereby healthcare workers would learn from each other. They'd share with each other what they'd implemented at their health facilities and what went well, and share that with others to also adopt the same. So this was a very good platform for sharing and learning, and it's something that we would want to continue as we continue to scale up this package. We've also put together some knowledge products. So for many of these successful interventions that came about as a result of this quality improvement package, we have put together knowledge products on how best really to scale up hypoxemia management at the health facility, and these will be disseminated shortly in a meeting later this year. So objective 2 is improving medical oxygen delivery systems, and there are 2 aspects. So the enabling the environment. So this involved working with health facilities and districts to prioritize oxygen budgeting, because we were finding that most health facilities were not budgeting at all for anything oxygen related, and their budgets were already stretched. So we really worked with them to try to make the most of the funding they had available to cater for oxygen. In addition to that, we did some catalytic procurement of oxygen equipment, such as pulse oximeters, concentrators, even nasal prongs and masks, and some CPAP machines. And this also helped to motivate some of these health facilities to also set aside some funding to add on to the equipment that we were able to procure for them. In addition to that, we've been working with the Ministry of Health Infrastructure Department to update the medical equipment policy. And this includes the oxygen equipment specifications. So as you may be aware, across our facilities, we have all types of equipment. Some not fit for purpose for our setting, but they're here. They've been donated, and they're redundant, most of them, but they're around. So we have a lot of equipment all over the place, which makes it really difficult for the healthcare worker to operate the many different types of equipment, but also in terms of maintenance, more importantly. Being able to get spare parts for all of these different brands was proving really challenging. So one way that we worked with ministry to try to address this is really to start from before we get the equipment. Let's set some standards. Let's standardize the specifications for the equipment that will suit us for our setting, and also help us to manage this equipment moving forward in terms of the maintenance. So that was in the medical equipment policy, as well as the NACME, which is the National Advisory Committee on Medical Equipment. They have an equipment list for each level of care. So we updated that to improve on the list of oxygen equipment that was included in there. And then as part of the COVID-19 response, we also supported the government to do oxygen quantification, which led to the government investing heavily in oxygen infrastructure. So I'm sure you're all aware that we're getting 18 new PSA plants across the country. So we'll have regional PSA plants. We also supported proposal writing for Global Fund and managed to get some additional resources through Global Fund. So on the sustainable systems side, we started again with developing the materials because we were really starting from scratch. So we worked with Ministry of Health to develop training modules on repair and maintenance of oxygen equipment, basic oxygen equipment. And this was used to train 80% of all the biomedical engineers and technicians across the country as a starting point. And also we found that the plant operators were ranging from Ascaris to, there was even a chef, I think, that was coming in at times at one particular facility. So those who were managing the plants were really not trained and equipped to do so well. So we also did some training during the COVID pandemic for the technicians who were operating the plants. And Ministry of Health also recruited additional plant operators to support the running of the existing plants. In addition to that, we supported, particularly in the 2 target regions, we supported the regional workshops to repair and maintain the existing equipment at the facilities. So we did this through reactivating the quarterly maintenance visits that the regional workshops are mandated to carry out, but many times they don't have sufficient budget, so we supported them to get back out there and go and visit their catchment facilities and really maintain the equipment that's there. And you'll see the numbers there in terms of the equipment that they were able to attend to over the 2 years. Finally, under Objective 2, we piloted a regional oxygen cylinder refill model, which used an exchange mechanism. So previously, a health facility would order from national medical stores. National medical stores would send a vehicle to collect the empty cylinder, take it back to Entebbe to fill it, and then bring that filled cylinder back to the facility. And what we were seeing is that was taking around 3 months on average. So we piloted a system whereby the cylinder was being exchanged. So rather than picking up an empty to take it to NMS and then bring back the filled, we were dropping off a filled cylinder and exchanging it for an empty cylinder. So that was a successful pilot, although it was cut short because of the pandemic, because it was based on the regional oxygen plant distributing to the catchment facilities. So when COVID came, the plants became quite overwhelmed, and so we ended the pilot early to deal with the COVID response. But nevertheless, we were able to learn lessons from this pilot, and we're working with national medical stores and the Oxygen Task Force to develop a national distribution model that's based on a similar model. So finally, under Objective 3, we really wanted to see more oxygen data. As has been mentioned by several presenters, data is really lacking, and without data, there's not much that we can do because we don't fully understand the issue, and we also can't track progress as we go. So we started with developing and testing oxygen indicators for screening using hypoxemia, using pulse oximetry, and then of those who were diagnosed with hypoxemia, how many of those actually went on to get oxygen. In addition to that, we were trying to look at oxygen stockouts. As an essential commodity, we should not be stocking out of oxygen at our facilities. So these indicators have been tested in these 2 regions, and we're now in the process, the final stages of having them incorporated within an HMIS addendum, and therefore having the data come through DHIS too. It's not the end goal, because our end goal is really to have oxygen fully integrated, whereby even the primary HMIS primary data tools have dedicated spaces for oxygen. But at least for now, we have an addendum that we can work with and start getting some data coming through DHIS too. When the tools are revised in a few years, then we'll be making sure that it features there. In terms of the reporting and the utilization of the data by the facilities, we really work closely with the facilities themselves to take ownership and to get interested in hypoxemia management. And they also started to see the results and then became much more interested because they were realizing that it was previously a gap that they weren't aware of, and they were now getting good results. So we did support the facilities to report on data, analyze their own data, and utilize it to make decisions, to implement quality improvement projects within their facilities. In addition to that, we worked with the districts in the target regions to conduct data validation in their districts and incorporate it within their support supervision visits that they have on a quarterly basis. All of this has really worked well in terms of sustainability because we have really not needed to be involved so much towards the end of this program. The districts, the health facilities, the healthcare workers have really taken this on and are sustaining the gains that have been made. With regards to the oxygen equipment, during the pandemic, we did support development of a data system to monitor oxygen production, consumption, and the plant functionality status, because we really didn't have visibility of what was happening at the regional referral hospitals where COVID patients were being treated. And then finally, we worked with Ministry of Health and IDI to upgrade the medical equipment inventory system, which basically just collects information on all the medical equipment that's available at the different health facilities. When they were last serviced, when they're next due for service, et cetera, et cetera. So that is in the process of being rolled out, so you will see that very soon at your facilities. And we were able to get 100% of the target facilities tracking hypoxemia management performance, but as of now, starting from 0. So this is really just an overview of what the gains that have been made, what we managed to achieve by working with Ministry of Health and the districts, regions, health facilities, healthcare workers in these 3 main areas. We really started at quite low levels for both screening for hypoxemia as well as oxygen therapy. But as of now, we're happy to report that we're around 90% screening of all children that come in to the health center FORS and hospitals in the 2 regions. And 90% of those go on to get oxygen. So there's still some work to be done, but I think that in the time And given the challenges, it's really quite a great achievement. And it's just a testament of what is possible. So we're really excited to continue working with the Ministry of Health and the other partners in this space to see similar or better results across the country. In terms of the remaining challenges, I don't think I'm going to dwell on this because there are things that have already been touched on by everyone. So I think because my time is up, I'm going to end here. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. We are grateful for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of activity still going on. I would like to propose something new. I would like to suggest that we take a 5-minute break. We stretch, we greet each other, and we support each other to continue persevering. So that we return and then we are able to take the presentations from Ministry of Health. Okay. Then we will have break in terms of lunch in the evening. And then we also have an award ceremony. We will have a quick session on feedback in case there is something you need to say. And then we will accept that everyone needs to go home because that's where we came from this morning. I really beg your indulgence, accept. It's been a bit tight, but we still can make it. We have a good opportunity today. I am kindly requesting that with the powers entrusted into me as Master of Ceremonies, grant you unfettered 5 minutes of walk around, greet, and
around. The interviews entirely is legal. Then my song is in a perform camera.
Yeah, I know Mr. Lukaya with a group. We are with a group of people outside there. I request that you lead back to the conference hall so that resume. Ladies and gentlemen, request you to come back to the hall and take about this with brief session. I must say that we are about to finish. And the longest activity will be lunch. So, no need to worry. Mr. Lukaya, my co-MC, once you enter, I know that everybody has entered. Just to remind ourselves, next on the agenda, we have a brief presentation to learn and pray, and we come back for presentation, which will include feedback or rather discussion, and then appreciation in form of awarding gifts to us or to different individuals. Then we call it a day.
FreeO2 Foundation has organized Breath of Life Conference under the theme Sustainably Scaling Oxygen Access in Uganda. This will bring together oxygen partners.
Like I said, once I go MC inside, everybody is inside. So, Mr. Lukaya, I'm just waiting for your entry, and we'll go next item on the agenda. Now that Michael MC has entered, it means that everybody's inside the hall. I request, ladies and gentlemen, to take up our seats again and be persistent and resilient, because we are strong ending this activity. Like I said, the longest activity in the day is the lunch break. Others are very, very short. I request Dr. Elena to come with Dr. Mugai to bring him back to his seat so that we commence this brief session of presentation from the Ministry of Health. Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that brief, short break. Yes, and before I give Dr. Ellen a microphone to invite Dr. Mugai, just a quick reminder that we are live on AIB and these are handling a lot of things. They can help you handle YouTube and other social media events. Thank you very much, guys, for being here with us. Dr. Elena, please.
Thank you very much, JB. And I must confess that the task that has been given to me, I'm very proud. I have never had it in life. Inviting Dr. Mugai, I don't know what to say about him. I have a very big bio, but maybe before I even invite him,
I just have one sentence to say about Dr. Mugai. And I keep telling him, Uganda will never be the same, Dr. Mugai. Ever since you took that office, we have witnessed, we have touched, and we've seen results, and we keep wondering how you do this. But Uganda in reproductive, maternal, and newborn health will never be the same. So a hand clap for Dr. Mugai. Dr. Richard Mugai is the current Assistant Commissioner for Reproductive and Child Health at the Ministry of Health. He has more than 20 years of practice, health practice in Uganda. He has served as the District Health Officer for more than 8 years. So our dear DHOs who are here, all the complaints, all the arguments, be careful, because as you say, he's going to come back to you because he has been there and that is what he does. You say this cannot be done, he'll say, I have done it before and you're going to do it, and you've just find yourself doing it. That one I must assure you. He has worked at lower facilities as a frontline health worker. He's very passionate about maternal, reproductive, newborn, adolescent, and child health. And when he speaks, he does. That is what I know about him. He's a member of the National Medical Stores Board and of Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital. He's also an alumni of Melbourne School of Global Health. Very passionate about issues of maternal and newborn health. Dr. Mugai is also my boss, so I'm saying all this not because I need salary increment or but yes, all those things are very true about Dr. Mugai. Uganda will never be the same. I want to introduce Dr. Mugai and invite him to speak to us. Over to you, Doctor. Most welcome.
When Elena needs a salary increment. But thank you for that very humbling introduction, Elena. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to observe protocol. I know there are so many categories of people here. I was excited to hear someone from Australia here. Nice to meet you. I also met my friend who are here on phone, Dr. Kumba. It's a pleasure meeting you. But I'm really excited and I want to keep it brief because we did request for this slight adjustment. We know we could have inconvenienced a few people, but we felt that if we did it at once, we could probably have it done at once and go and relax at once. My sincere apologies on behalf of Ministry of Health for coming in late. But what we are talking about, oxygen for premature babies, oxygen for mothers, is really at the heart of what I do and what I live for. I don't think I can do much in what I'm supposed to do without oxygen, and that's why I have the inspiration to thank the entire team. I think it's of Free O2. I have seen. I want to say I have seen, I have touched, I have felt Free O2 at the site. I was in Rakai. I have seen, so I'm not going to speak like I've not seen. So I understand the mechanism. I understand when power goes off. I was in Rakai, power went off. I saw, so I understand what Free O2 is about. We are privileged as a country, as Uganda, to have partnered with you. And he kept talking about it, that the partnerships are very critical. We want more partnerships. This is at the tail end, but we think we need more partnerships. My colleague, Dr. Ronnie Baha, will talk more about our speech as Minister of Health. Uganda, we are ambitious. We want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. With all the people here, we want to reduce the newborn mortality rate, which is #1 contributed by birth asphyxia and prematurity. Birth asphyxia #1, prematurity #2. If we address those two, they all need oxygen. And the #1 cause of hospitalization in infants is pneumonia, not malaria anymore. So you see how much oxygen we need, and there is nothing like free oxygen, but your contributions have made us get this free oxygen. As we embark on that long journey to achieve what we want, or to attain those very important milestones, as our queen from Tanzania has informed us, really the passion and the drive to do what we do will definitely come from a feeling of that poor mother in Chisizi. I found some people from Chisizi and Rakai also coming to a facility, and they tell them that there is no oxygen here. I'm happy Dr. Kagwire, we've been together in some of these very rural places. Dr. Kagwire from UNICEF. If I'm also mentoring people, he's also one of my mentors. He saw me as a young man. And Dr. Kasima also, the current DHO of Rukonjiri. Thank you so much for the great work that you do for this country. But the point I'm trying to make here is the poor people in the communities. And I hope our scale-up plan is definitely going to take care of those poor people in the lower level health facilities. Oxygen is a drug. Then it should not stop at Health Center 4. It should stop at the Health Center 3. And I think the Minister of Health strategy is very clear. We want oxygen at the lowest possible points. For the first time in history, I had never thought that pulse oximeters will be gadgets for VHTs. Dr. Kagwiri, pulse oximeters are part of the VHT's bag now during the COVID pandemic, and they are part of that package. We would never think about that. Health workers were saying they had never seen pulse oximeters. I think I found a midwife here who said she had never seen a pulse oximeter. Now these pulse oximeters are actually in the villages. So we are growing, we are developing, but I think what is critical now is how do we embrace these upcoming new technologies and put them to scale. We don't need so many speeches. We don't need so many speeches. That's why for us we've decided to narrow, and I will not take a lot of your time. We need oxygen. We now have it. We have the innovation. We have the cylinders also. We have oxygen cylinders being supplied by the national medical stores. And all health center 4s now, unless there is a problem with your health center 4, they should be having oxygen cylinders, filled oxygen cylinders supplied by national medical store. It's now a commodity. And hospitals. But we were saying that the concentrators can help us more, even at the lower level facilities where we have inpatient facilities, where we have birth asphyxia coming from the BMOC sites, and that will make us achieve the broader picture of what our goal is. For prematurity, that is an issue. We don't need to overemphasize that. I want to conclude. I want to conclude by thanking all our partners. I want to appreciate UNICEF. I want to appreciate Free Oxygen and the entire team. I want to appreciate Bama. Bama in our own words, in maternal and child health arena space. They are an example. They have become, and we need to clap for Burma. We have learned from Burma. And if anyone here doesn't know what Burma is, I know Dr. Kasima, you may not have interfaced with them, but this is a transformational CSO. In Rakai, in Greater Masaka, the reason I say this, anyone will talk about Burma even in their absence. And I'll be happy to be your champion, to talk about you in your absence. Your program of transporting mothers, we are benchmarking it at national level. We started all these things, but we failed them. But the way Burma transports mothers who need care or who have complications to referral sites is something that we can learn from. We are talking about partnerships. If we want to hear true partnerships, we need to learn from Burma. They have a partnership, I think, with MTN or Celtel, and they send messages. I loved that when I was in Rakai. Every member of the DHT receives a message that there is a referral that is moving. Dr. Lane and your team, you deserve more than a thank you. I was also moved by the speech of, I wanted to appreciate her, but she's already away. But being born at 900 grams and you are surviving and you are leading the way, we want to invite you for the World Prematurity Day in Uganda that is coming in November. I hope someone can deliver that message. We'll be very happy to have such a mover so that our Miss Ugandans, the ones... And by design, he really wanted this lady to come back. So we would like to see champions. Healthcare is a product of collective action. It cannot be delivered by us, the frontliners alone. It needs such role models to stand up with us, to help in mobilizing communities and make sure that we deliver the product that we need. I will not take a lot of time. I had one question that I hoped would be answered along the way. Maybe someone will help me. The cost, the capital investment of this technology, I didn't seem to pick it so well, and I hope I'll be helped at some point. But I want to appreciate all those who are behind the efforts of saving the newborn and the efforts of saving mothers, because we've started seeing good changes. I end with this very good note. We have seen very good progress of reducing institutional newborn mortality and also improving. These are two things that can scientifically mean we are making progress. Declining institutional newborn mortality that is currently at 20 per 1,000 deliveries, and also the lowering survival rate. I think if you read our new guideline, our survival rate for the newborns, which was initially during the time we were in medical school with my friend there, it was 28 weeks. Now babies in Uganda are surviving at 26 weeks. Of course, we want to go lower like the developed countries at 20 weeks. So we are having our babies surviving at 26 weeks, and we've changed the guidelines. So anything below 26, that's what we call abortion, but above 26 is no longer an abortion. They can survive extrauterine because of the improvements. We are also seeing a good decline in maternal mortality rate at the institutional level. This year, our maternal mortality is 84 per 100,000 deliveries, not live birth, but deliveries, because we are counting institutional. But it's a proxy for the community or the maternal mortality rate. This is the preliminary reports. We shall be launching them in our report in a month's time. So this is all attributed to our collective effort, our partners, UNICEF and all the others, the health workers who are here. We appreciate your work. UCMB and UPMB have been great partners, and all the others that I may not have been able to recognize, but we really appreciate. It's now my humble honor to invite my colleague and friend, who is also representing the permanent secretary. We have decided he's going to do his presentation and also deliver the message from the permanent secretary at the same time, so that we save you the great time. But thank you so much for inviting us, and we pledge to partner with you and continue moving with you. Dr. Ronnie Baha, the Commissioner of Clinical Services, you're most welcome. I forgot to recognize this man. He has done a great job. I think we deserve to give him a round of applause. Yes, that is for you, sir. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. All protocol observed. Our partners in the house, the director, the hospital director represented at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, my fellow colleague from the Ministry of Health, the Assistant Commissioner in charge of reproductive and maternal child health. Colleagues, I'm going to request that you allow me to take off my mask as I speak. I believe I'm distant enough from all of us, so I will not put anyone at risk. The reason I say that is because, yes, as a country, we have been faced with another third public health emergency in Ebola, but we are still in the COVID-19 pandemic response. So we should be seen to be taking caution at each and every time we get to indulge. And that's the reason why I first sanitized the microphone before I used it. I am standing here in three capacities. First, as the Commissioner of Clinical Services at the Ministry of Health, and I will speak on behalf of the Director Curative Services at the Ministry of Health still, and I will sum it up with a keynote from the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health. And I'm going to take us through the National Medical Oxygen Scale-Up Plan that was first crafted in the year 2019. And I believe this will be able to respond to so many or answer so many of the concerns that have been raised in the earlier presentations that have been made. And allow me to take this moment to appreciate all of us that have made time to make it to this point, to come and participate in this activity. We don't take it for granted. It's a show of commitment that we all are interested in improving our oxygen delivery mechanisms as a country. The National Oxygen Scale-Up Plan that was launched in 2019 sought to articulate a holistic approach aimed at improving demand and supply of medical oxygen in the country. And this plan was crafted for 5 years, and that comes to the end by the end of this year. So as we speak today, we are already in the process of reviewing this plan, and the reason we are reviewing it is purposely to make sure that it's well aligned to speak part of the issues or the concerns that we are already or that have already been raised up in this forum today. And this aims at making sure that we have a coherent and harmonized implementation of key interventions to achieve an optimal medical oxygen supply model as a country, which will be achieved through several mechanisms. And with this, we hope that at the end of the day, we will have medical oxygen delivered as a key therapeutic element as a country. What do we intend to achieve with this plan? One is to provide policy basis, which will be the premise of all decisions that will be made in terms of oxygen delivery mechanisms in this country. And with this, we are looking at scaling up access, but then also utilization of oxygen. And I take this opportunity to appreciate all of us as partners that have participated in this space in making sure that part of this objective is realized. Secondly, we seek to secure maintenance of medical oxygen equipment and supply of spare parts through the regional workshops, as well as the national medical stores that is mandated to supply oxygen currently, oxygen now being regarded as a medicine and therefore becoming a commodity under their mandate. We also hope to provide a framework for training of healthcare workers, and with this we are looking at both the clinical as well as the biomedical healthcare workers. And the reason we do this is to make sure that all these people are well aligned in ensuring that we have rational use of oxygen, operation, and care for the medical devices that are used in delivery of oxygen as and when it's needed by the patient. And the reason why we want to have all the healthcare workers, both the biomedicals and the clinical teams oriented, is to make sure that we have a full continuum of care well addressed. And that is aimed at aligning the two teams so that they can speak to each other. Where the biomedicals are charged with making sure that the equipment are sound and able to deliver the oxygen each and every time when the oxygen is required, but then also the clinical teams appreciating what it takes to maintain this equipment for them to always have access to oxygen whenever their patients or whenever our patients require this oxygen. So what we're encouraging in this is a communication between the two teams where none supersedes the other, but where the two work together in concert. No one is superior to the other. The clinical teams and the biomedicals, we all work for one purpose, the patient that has come to us. So the biomedicals have got to make sure that the equipment are functional, but then also the clinical teams have got to make sure that they appreciate how these medical devices operate, make sure that we maintain them so that they can sustainably be available to us to reach out to our patients whenever we need this service. And fourthly, we aim to provide an advocacy instrument to secure funding to support medical oxygen scale-up interventions in the country. And FreeOc 2 is one of those mechanisms that we hope to ride along with as we seek to deliver this mandate. How do we intend to deliver this? One, we are looking at increasing production of oxygen across the country, and as has already been spoken to, we have mechanisms that have been put in place already where we are using all the different mechanisms of generation of oxygen or production of oxygen. And FreeO2 is one of those mechanisms that we're looking at on top of having the other tanks or oxygen plants that we have been using since time immemorial. We are now looking at other mechanisms beyond the conventional methods of oxygen delivery. And then we will establish guidelines to ensure that there is effective training and supervision of the healthcare workers that participate in this space. And the reason we are seeking to do this is to make sure that all the investment that is going to be made in this space is actually preserved, so that at the end of the day, we are in position to deliver the oxygen to that patient that comes with hypoxemia, and we are able to increase our survival rate. Many of the prematures that have made confessions in this room would never have made it if we were never able to deliver the oxygen that they so desired. So, colleagues, this is one of those moments that we call upon each and every one of us to make sure that we put in place mechanisms of preserving the medical devices and all the other investment that is made in this regard. We will be able to develop dedicated procurement and distribution systems for oxygen equipment and accessories, and this is one of those things that the scale-up plan is speaking to, and all these are going to be coordinated under the National Logistics Management System, and that is the National Medical Stores that is mandated to do this. And we believe that all these will be available to us to maintain our equipment. as we seek to have them remain operational at each and every time. And we will also seek to coordinate as well as have financing arrangements for the plan so that it can be effectively operationalized. And as we do this, we need to be able to know how we are performing with this plan at each and every time. And that's the reason why in this particular scale-up plan, the aspect of monitoring and evaluation is coming out so strong. You can never know whatever you are doing unless you are able to document it. And as our partner at CHAI indicated, we are trying as much as possible to improve and increase visibility of the works that we are doing as a country with regard to oxygen. And the reason we do this is to be able to premise our decisions on data rather than abstract perceptions. So this is an overview of the plan. I will not delve deep into it because it's a document that is available to us, and many of us in this room are going to be called upon to come and participate in this space as we are reviewing this plan. We are looking at the manufacturing capacity of oxygen, and with this we'll look at the national plants, plants that are owned by private facilities, as well as plants that are going to be put in place by joint ventures between the government and private players. Then we'll look at the logistics, how they will be managed effectively, and implementation of the guidelines that we are speaking about today, and then aspects of procurement of much of the commodities that are used in the delivery mechanisms of oxygen, diagnostics and consumables, maintenance and supply of the spare parts, as well as guidelines on oxygen use and training of healthcare workers. And this is one of the items that have already been worked on, that have been developed by the Ministry of Health with the support from CHAI, that are already existent, but we would call upon each and every member in this house today to interest themselves in these guidelines that are already existent so that we can have a comprehensive model of training our healthcare workers at the end of the day. We seek to have aspects of financing, coordination, as monitoring and evaluation, as has already been spoken into. So why are we talking about the National Oxygen Scale-Up Plan? This is a tool that is going to be evidence-based in terms of appraising our oxygen delivery mechanisms as a country. And with this, we are seeking to have a robust system that seeks to deliver oxygen as and whenever oxygen is required unto that patient at each and every time in the hospitals, be it at national level, be it at the lower level health facilities. And as has already been indicated, as a ministry, we are seeking to have oxygen delivered up to the lowest point of service delivery, and Center 3. The reason we say Center 3 is because as a government, it has already been decided that we will transition from Center 2 to Center 3 at our lowest level of service delivery. This is going to be a phased transition. It will not happen all of a sudden, but we cannot be seen to continue planning for something that is being phased out. And that's the reason why we are speaking about Center 3, where majority of the deliveries in Uganda happen, and therefore where we expect of the mortality due to hypoxemia to continue happening. So for us to empower healthcare workers at the lowest level of healthcare service delivery is important, and therefore we are very passionate about making sure that healthcare workers at that level are able to provide care whenever they are called upon. And this will be a plan that will run for the next 5 years, and we hope that once completed, we will be able to implement it effectively with all of us as key stakeholders. So, okay, all right. So, looking at the areas that we're looking at, as has already been alluded to, we are going to, during the review process, we're going to look at aspects of diagnosis and management of hypoxemia, as people will be working in different teams to make sure we bring together this information as we seek to have a robust plan. Then we'll have people or teams that will discuss sustainable supply systems, and we'll have another team that will work on coordination and financing, as well as data management systems, in making sure that we have a robust system that speaks inclusiveness and responsiveness to the need that we have in the country. And the different members that will be co-opted into these different teams will be premised on our historical experience working with the different aspects of oxygen delivery mechanisms, as well as drawing from my experiences as clinicians, as well as biomedical engineers. So colleagues, all of us will participate in this process because this is our plan as a country. So this is a semblance of the structure that is going to be adopted in review of this document, where we have a technical committee that will sit at the Ministry of Health, and it will be guided, or it will have a secretariat by a consultant, and we'll have the different working groups working on the different thematic areas as has been highlighted, so that at the end of the day we have a comprehensive document that speaks to our need as a country. So looking at the roles and the responsibilities, these are aspects that I believe many of us will be able to read through once we interact with this document, and I request kindly that you allow me go straight to the roadmap that we have. Is it legible to everyone? Can the people at the back read through this? Because this is the gist of the discussion today. Well, this document is going to be available to us, and we are imploring each and every person in this room to interact with this document, because at the end of the day, this document should hold for all of us, and it should reflect an aspect of inclusiveness at the end of the day. So what approach are we going to adopt? One, we are going to continue having planning engagements where we will bring together the different working groups and thereafter allocate tasks that are going to be taken on as we continue with this process of review. And once the teaming has been completed, we'll be able to now start the process of reviewing this plan, where we'll evaluate the current plan, and once the different teams have been able to probe the current plan, looking at the future, what we want to do and what we want to achieve as a country, and looking at where we desire to go, premised on what is happening in other countries, both regionally and globally, then we will be able to have our plan revised in consistence with the different submissions from the different working groups, and this plan will eventually be approved, will be submitted for approval by the top management of the Ministry of Health, and it will hold as a national scale-up plan for oxygen in this country for the next 5 years. So colleagues, allow me to take this moment to mobilize all of us. At the time when you are called upon to participate in this space, please endeavor to come, because whatever our contribution is will be key in making sure that we have an inclusive but also responsive plan that addresses our needs as a country. Switching gears to speak for and on behalf of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, allow me to take this opportunity to appreciate us colleagues that have made time to come and participate in this space. I will not repeat what my previous colleague from the Ministry of Health spoke to, but we take this moment to appreciate all of us as key stakeholders that have participated in making sure that oxygen is available in the country. And what is our commitment as a ministry? One is to make sure that we avail guidelines and policies that should guide the process of availing oxygen and its utilization in the country. That speaks to the whole entire continuum, from production up to utilization. Healthcare workers have got to be equipped with knowledge and skills, but then also we have to make sure that the medical devices that are required in delivery of this oxygen are available. So our commitment as a government is to make sure that policies are in place, and it's the reason why we are speaking about the National Oxygen Scale-Up Plan, which speaks to how oxygen and its delivery will be managed in the country going forward. And we look forward to mobilizing and calling upon each and every stakeholder in this room today to make sure that we increase the investment in making sure that oxygen is available to the country. And we take this moment again to appreciate 302 that has so far done its investment part and has availed this oxygen delivery mechanism to the country. But that said, allow me to take this moment yet again to appreciate other partners in-house that have participated in making sure that oxygen is available to the country and to our population, and that is the Clinton Health Access Initiatives as well as the UNICEF that are both well represented in-house. We call upon all of us as colleagues and as students, that as some of them are in here, to continue with innovations to make sure that we put in place mechanisms that can make better production, that can make better delivery of oxygen to our patients as a country. And we, as Ministry of Health, will make sure that we put in place mechanisms of making sure that the healthcare workers, the requisite healthcare workers that are required in making sure that oxygen is delivered at each and every time are in place. The biomedicals are trained, and we have since scaled up and regionalized the maintenance laboratories that are at each and every regional referral hospital. And it's actually the regional workshops, not maintenance materials. Yes, we have the regional workshops that are existent at each and every regional referral hospital, and we seek to make sure that these regional workshops are operational and not just white elephants where people cannot maintain our equipment and therefore make them available for use to avail oxygen and to our patients. And with this, as ministry, we will continue partnering with each and every stakeholder that will come on board with aspects of strengthening our abilities as a country in delivering this commodity to our patients. So all innovations, all investment that is geared toward availing oxygen to the country is welcome. And we call upon each and every member in this house, especially the partners, to call upon other partners to come and participate in this space. As was indicated, we cannot do this on our own, but with partners, we believe we can reach to each and every patient that requires oxygen and make sure that they access this oxygen and therefore improve our survival rates as we minimize morbidities and mortalities that arise from hypoxemia. And with this, we look forward to continuing with the partnership that has already been exhibited with the 302 in making sure that oxygen is available to our population. Colleagues, with these few remarks, allow me declare this meeting open. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Ronnie Butter. Thank you very, very much. We are grateful.
I wish to make a correction on my name. Yes. So many people have failed to pronounce my name. Maybe that was an oversight that I started speaking without making a correction on my name. My name is Ronnie Bahatungire. One who has, more is added unto them. Wow. Yes, thank you. Wow.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ronnie Bahatungire. Now the name, I get it. It sounded so much Portuguese and I was like, oh gosh. Thank you, and thank you for gracing this occasion.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can I invite Dr. Elena, who would like to do a quick feedback. We've had several presentations throughout the day. Would like to do some 5-6 minutes of some feedback on things that really ought to be said before we leave. We have the ministry here, we have the partners, we want to thank CHAI, UNICEF, Burma, FREO2, Australia, Uganda, Tanzania, Doris Morel, JMS, all DHOs here present, facility in charges, ADARA, MAST, Ministry of Health, and all others partners in no particular order. We kindly request that if you do have any quick feedback on all presentations made, let's use this moment to quickly go into it. And after this, we would like to take the opportunity to launch our machine, our thing, our what? Our oxygen as a service, abbreviated as, I need to hear everybody.
OAS.
Did I hear you?
OAS.
I have heard you. Can I hear you again?
O2AS.
Thank you very much. So feel free let's have some quick feedback. Not presentations really. There is a hand there. Your name briefly and to whom you want the response. And if there are presenters that remembered they needed something to clarify, we could also do that. You could stand up.
Thank you so much, FREO2, for this wonderful work, and all the presenters that have really told us more about oxygen and the need. Now, to me, this is really, really a good adventure and a good innovation. I've been looking at the statistics. One of the panelists mentioned that any hospital that doesn't have oxygen is like a health center free. And as a nurse who has worked in some of these local centers, I know in our system, deliveries start from health center 3. So health center 3s do antenatal, they do deliveries, and they do postnatal care. Now, we have over 1,569 centers, each of them having a catchment population of over 20,000 people. If these centers don't have oxygen, and these centers don't have ambulances, and they are taking care of all these mothers and all these babies, really, we really need this project to reach these areas. And how feasible is that? How is the ministry going to help us do this? Because some of these centers don't even have electricity, leave alone having power cuts and all that. They don't have electricity, and this project can benefit.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you very much. Any other response? Feel free. Yes, there's a hand at the back.
Thank you. The protocol observed and the moderators. I'm Davis from Kisoro. I work with Potter's Village. We are so privileged about FREO2 system. For me, I had a question. In our health center, I work with Health Center 3, and we work with babies and children and neonates from 0 to 12 years, and also with preterm babies. But we always feel short of oxygen, as they have said, and most always need oxygen all the time. And when we heard about FREO2, we said we should come and listen to this, and we feel it's of a benefit. So I had a question. They said the system can supply to more than, to possibly 5 babies. Can it give more than, can it supply more than 5 babies at a go? Or does it have another provisions to supply more than 5 babies? Because most of the times we need that. Then another question is, does the system also support the CPAP system? If that one is also part of the system, I don't know. But does also support that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lena, I think we are picking that. There's a hand again at the back.
Thank you so much. Protocol observed. I'm Kebirungi Agatha, Principal Nursing Officer, Karuranga Hospital, Nyachibale in Rukunjili. Mine is to appreciate Free O2. I used to cry and be on my knees whenever a mother would lose a baby. I would think of the longer journey of 9 months, which is the journey of life. But since we got Free O2 as Nyachibale Hospital, believe me, at times we have reached the audit day and we don't have any cases to audit. I want to thank Free O2 and Joseph in particular. The day they were wiring, connecting that system, I was like a kid goat that has gotten a new rope. I was really excited. Myself, I'd never lost a baby, but I would really feel bad whenever a mother would lose a baby. Thank you so much. Let us save many more babies. Thank you.
I like the kid goat, but the kid goat with a rope, oxygen as a rope, pulls you to safety. Thank you. Any other?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Lukabo Henry, Medical Superintendent, Chisis Hospital. Thank you to Free Oxygen, especially for not leaving out the PNFPs. Now my question goes to Dr. Ronnie. When you talk about the National Oxygen Scale-Up Plan 2018-2022, where are PNFPs in that structure that is going to be supported by this system? The cost of providing service to these patients that come to us is also actually overwhelming. So we want to inquire from you where the National Scale-Up Program has considered the PNFPs and other private, especially non-for-profit institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, MS Kisizi. Let's have Doris, there was a message for you which I will ask the commissioner to deliver. He has a special request for your permanent presence in Uganda, particularly on a special day. It will come. Yes.
Okay. I'm Mugisha Samuel, in charge of Karangari Center 4. I have 3 issues. One goes to Free O2. Want to appreciate for the service and even for the equipment provided to us. And I just have an issue of somebody was saying that when we were installing this system was able to supply on like 3 or 4 beds. For our place, we want to appreciate that we were able to put in between the beds and one system could supply at least 2 to 3 patients at the same time. Then another issue goes to Free O2, as we are launching today the OAS, the O2AS. Is there provision or is there a way how we'll be able to supply some few equipments which have worn out, which have gone, which are no longer functional, because some of these few equipment are not part of NMS communities that do supply us. So I'm inquiring, is there that provision so they can be a replacement before people exit or as you are trying to launch this. Lastly, this goes to the ministry. There is a strategic plan for scaling up oxygen countrywide, but I'm inquiring about the new oxygen plant which are at the regional referral hospitals. I'm speaking out of experience that we brought our oxygen cylinders for refill because our regional referral hospital is Masaka, but up to now we have not yet received our oxygen cylinders because they are not yet filled. So Minister of Health officials who are here, Dr. Mugahi, have been hearing over the phone, but I'm happy to see you today. And I'm inquiring about that, how far that has gone, so that we can have oxygen supply, both using oxygen concentrators as well as having oxygen cylinders being filled on time. Because some of us, we are very far from the referral hospital. Imagine sending a vehicle to go in the morning, come back in the evening without oxygen cylinders which are being filled. You have to send them back again after some time, which is very costly. At the same time, which is, we may not be having those resources to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Doris here.
Thank you very much. I have a question to the Ministry of Health. How can we work with FREO2 to innovate more products that are very friendly to our countries? Do we have an innovation health forum? Or if it doesn't exist, can we create one where we have scientists put down together with FREO2 so that we can innovate more on these products? If they have CPAP innovations, if we have feeding tubes, if we have more oxygens, can we have a room so that Uganda does not continue to breathe in other type of air than oxygen? That is first. Secondly, I know we have a room to connect with members of parliament. I'm ready to advocate. I'm ready to volunteer my time so that we can tag along with other international and local organizations to talk about an investment for care on newborn in general, not only premature babies, but just neonates in general. I believe through the voice that we have, we can bring a very good change in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Doris has spoken. The hands have ceased. I want to return the microphone to the team here and any other person that would be able to make a response. We need to wash the microphone. Or not washing.
And invited you back, like, for the World Prematurity Day. You should be in Uganda, and I saw someone willing to support your air ticket there. So really, the partnerships is the way to go. And then we have so much untapped potential out there, and I'll be very brief. I agree with you. We shall invite you. You'll talk to your fellow queens. I don't know where these people stay. The ones of Uganda, I've not seen them. I've not. So you'll bring them. I will organize a platform where you bring them. You'll meet with the scientists, the neonatologists. We shall even invite you to the newborn. Uganda's East Africa's biggest child factories in Kawempe. We manufacture babies very fast. So we really need to tap into your potential. When I hear your story and what you're doing, if we got the Ugandan, they are called what? Queens Emeritus, all of them get involved in this, we can move a very long mile. I want to give an example very quickly that we are partnering with Rotary. These Rotarians, and most of you are Rotarians, I'm also a Rotarian, but the contribution they make, this small contribution, they have bought some incubators for Kabale. They are going to buy, we've cleared them to buy 300 tricycle. We have cleared them to bring in. They also hypoglycemic. Hello? There must be hypoglycemia setting in. So we have cleared Rotary. These are people who are willing to be like philanthropists, but to support us with 300 plus tricycle ambulances to help in transportation of mothers in our rural communities. And if there's any Rotarian here, we clap for them. So I just wanted to give that as an example of the small little innovations. Each tricycle is $3,000, but they are buying 300 of them. And I saw their contribution. They've already gotten the money to buy them. All they needed was government to clear them of taxes, and they buy 300 tricycles. So the little innovations, everyone partnering, is the way to go, and we shall save our communities. Thank you so much. That's one question that I had. Ronnie, did I have another? No, the rest you can answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Mugahi. There are two questions that have been put to me that I would wish to take. One is, how are we working with 302 to increase penetration into the healthcare system in the country. And I want to make this commitment as Minister of Health today. The reason we are here is because we are committed to the cause that 302 demonstrates. And the reason we are here with other partners that are supporting oxygen delivery mechanisms in the country through CHAI and UNICEF is because we work with partners to make sure that we run along with each other to deliver this mandate. As was already highlighted, the Ministry of Health appreciates the fact that we cannot deliver this mandate on our own independently, but rather we are calling upon each and every partner to come and consolidate these efforts to strengthen the Ministry of Health's ability to reach out to each and every corner of Uganda with access to oxygen each and every time when a patient requires this oxygen. And the other question is about how does the scale-up plan reflect the private players? We already indicated that in this plan that is ending this year, there may have been little involvement of the private players, but in the plan that we are working on, we are under the 2018-2022 plan is under review. That plan that we are reviewing, we are seeking to bring on board the public players, the private players, and in that we are seeking to also have aspects of private-public partnerships, so that at the end of the day, we are pursuing this cause together as stakeholders. We appreciate the role that the private healthcare providers make or contribute to our healthcare service delivery system, and therefore that's the reason why we are mobilizing you to come on board. And that marriage cannot happen when the plan is complete. We are mobilizing you to come and we work together during the crafting of this plan, such that at the end of the day, everyone is included therein. Once we have a plan that is inclusive, I mean when we have the public players, the private players therein, then if we have provisions that have been made at that level, when it comes to implementation, it will be easy because we will already have been incorporated into the plan and the implementation plan. The other aspect is how does the Ministry of Health encourage innovations that has already been spoken through level in this country. And this is mainly aimed at helping address the aspect of
easier to run CPAP and still also provide some oxygen. I think that's kind of answers it. But on average, for children, you need about 2 liters per minute. And so if you work out with that, you know that if you have 10 liters, you probably can supply 5 children. If you have newborns who take much, who take less oxygen, then you could find again one without having a few more beds supplied with 10 liters. But on average, the plan is going to have 2 liters per minute for every child that you have. Thank you.
Over to the 302 team.
Thank you, Dr. Elena.
Thank you, Dr. Elena. So one of the questions that was asked was, does the system, I think Dr. Kumba has answered that, the system currently supports 5 babies at the same time. And CPAP has been answered by Dr. Kumba. So I'll hand over to my colleague Mora to explain about something a bit about the health center trees and accessibility.
Hello everyone, and thank you all for making us feel just so welcome here in Mbarara. We're all in love with Uganda and can't wait to come back. I'm actually feeling really emotional to hear what Dr. Ronnie and Dr. Richard have had to say in terms of that offer to partner with 302. And I'd love to think that we can sit down and together look at ways that we can get our oxygen, our treatment levels into health-centered threes. You talked about innovation, and there's some really interesting innovation happening back at 302, particularly when it comes to dispensary or health-centered 3 levels. And it's actually about improving diagnosis, so definitely it's encouraging to hear what Shai's been doing, so I'm looking forward to partnering in terms of SpO2 levels and pulse oximetries. But what we're really excited about, and we'd love to partner with the NOH and perhaps even piloting this for the first time, but we're building mobile oxygen in a backpack. So that's where we feel we can help facilities that are possibly not equipped to deal with extremely ill children, but can diagnose and understand the children that need to be referred, and ideally move with a health worker with a backpack that can literally work in a buddha, can work on a boat, can work and be recharged with a car battery. So these are just some of the ideas that we have that we can really get out and improve that access and get these children so they can survive and grow up to be amazing people like all of you in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. Yes.
I just want to make one rejoinder. Colleagues, I just want to make one rejoinder to my introduction, and the reason possibly why I am so passionate about this space. I supervise hospitals and lower level health facilities across the country, but I also serve as an obstetrician gynecologist, meaning that I participate in the delivery of babies. So it's my concern that for all the babies that we deliver, they all survive. So I am speaking into a space that I'm so passionate about, and I take this opportunity to invite each and every person in this room that has contributions toward improving or toward delivery of this mandate, making sure that all the babies that are delivered in this country survive, as is seen elsewhere, to come up and work with us as Ministry of Health, and we make sure that collectively we deliver this mandate. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for all those presentations. Free 202, we would like to carry out the launch now. We invite the team seated here to the back. We have something to say about the launch. And slot in any other statement that is important because this microphone is getting scarce in our presence.
Thank you so much, everyone. As FreeO2 Foundation, we are really excited to launch the Oxygen as a Service. We are going to have a presentation right after lunch, just to explain the work that we've been doing in the 20 facilities, the impact that we've seen to various stakeholders, to the patients, to the health workers, to the technicians, and overall improving the survival of the children that are treated on the system. We mainly focus on children. It's a huge focus for us. Even our systems are designed specifically for use for children and pediatrics, and specifically for lower health facilities. So the health center we're talking about, and hopefully will start to move down. And that's because that's where most of the deaths are happening. So it's such a huge honor for me to invite the team from the Ministry of Health for us to move at the back and just launch the system. This is the OxyLink system. And I think we'll have someone at the back just take us through, one of our technicians from FreeO2 Foundation. But our belief is that, and as we've seen, the problems with oxygen access are really multifaceted. So just providing a concentrator is not enough. Just providing a cylinder is not enough. Just you coming and training health workers is not enough. But what this system is, it's actually touched most of the problems that we found that are experienced in these health facilities. So one of the things is power, unreliable power supply. So we've provided extra storage for that. One other thing is with the concentrators, there is no way you can know as a health worker that you're giving the patient the right quality of oxygen. So with our system, you can be able to see the purity that's actually being delivered to the patient. There are many facilities where you have just 2 concentrators, but you have over 5 children who need oxygen at the same time. The system has addressed that. And we've designed the concentrator in such a way that it's more robust. So in your dusty environment, I know as health workers, sometimes we're overwhelmed and it took long to do daily maintenance on our equipment, but this equipment has been designed to manage really to work in really dusty environments and be protected from power surges, which have also been a huge contributor to not having oxygen in our facilities. So with that, we'll talk more after lunch, but with that, I invite the Ministry of Health, together with Bama and Mbarara, represented by Dr. Kumba, where everything started, for us to just move at the back and just do the ceremonial ribbon cutting. But it's really fundamental that this is marking the beginning of us really moving more into the communities and scaling up, hopefully working with the number of partners that are available in this room. Yeah, thank you.
JB, are we okay there?
Yes, we are okay, and I request that we remain seated apart from the invited guests.
Is the razor blade there?
Very much so.
To cut the ribbon?
Yes. And the cameramen are already here. We shall get everything live that way in your village there.
Okay. Could the media team also get advantage to show us what is happening there?
I'm told the engineer is first taking us through.
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yes, please, the gentleman from Potter's Village would like to show you the system. So thank you. I'm going to take you through this journey. It's the FreeO2 journey. And here is our baby, sick with pneumonia, very severe. And for the nurses, it's as easy as just turn this knob. So right now we have the oxygen, so what the nurses do is that they just have to turn it on and the baby is having oxygen right away. Yes. So what they do is come and turn it to 1 liter, and that is for the baby. So that is what the nurses do. It's as easy. No switching word. Like what I have done is what the nurses do on word. That's all. Okay, yeah, so now I was showing you what happens at the ward and how the nurses freely and easily use it. Allow me to take you to the back where the technology and all the innovation happen. So right behind here, we are having 2 concentrators, each supplying us 5 liters per minute. So connected together, they come and they supply to this. This is called a DAC, a data acquisition system, for monitoring and, it does the oxygen purity sensing. It monitors locally and also gives us the different pressures to the patient and also from the system. And so that is it. Then we have a backup system, a cylinder right there. So this cylinder is connected to the oxygen concentrators. Within the oxygen concentrators, we have what we call a prioritizer. So initially in the first system, the prioritizer was different. It had to be somewhere here. So with the advancement in the technologies, we incorporated the prioritizer into the concentrators. So when the concentrators are off, automatically the cylinder is going to be turned on to supply the oxygen to the patient. So we have additional accessories with us. Okay. So we have our concentrator stand off. We still have flow right here.
And maybe something that's also important is that prioritizer and that concentrator has now been CE marked, so it's safe and ready for use in our hospitals with the prioritizer inside. So you'll see that the concentrator, and with that, so this oxygen is now coming from the cylinder. But all this is happening automatically. So there's no need for the health worker to start struggling with cylinders or anything when power goes off. They will be assured that there will be oxygen when power goes off. And there will be a light. We haven't managed because we didn't want to destroy the hotel wall. But there is always a light in the ward that will show if that cylinder is running out, that light will be red. So then the health worker can tell the technician or whoever to replace the cylinder. But one of the biggest benefits we've seen is that there used to be a lot of wastage of oxygen during this switching process. So power goes for 30 minutes, the cylinder is only halfway, but it's no way for health workers to tell that this cylinder is empty or this cylinder is full, and then it's sent back for refill. Yeah, but we've noticed that once we use this system, they have more efficient use of oxygen. And then there's a bigger focus on healthcare. Yes. Yes, so the light will first be orange and beep to show you that now it's running low. Kindly, when it reaches about 20 bar of pressure, just before it goes completely down, it will alert the health worker.
Okay, thank you, Sheila, for that. Well, to continue with the display, we have Power Protect. This is called an AVS, so it is an automatic voltage switcher. In this system, it acts as our voltage regulator. So what happens is, supposing we are having a voltage that is below 220, it will automatically sense that our voltage is running low and the system will be protected. As well as with the voltage surges, it is there to ensure that our system is well and fine. So we also have a battery. This battery is used to give us a voltage between 6 and 12 volts to power this, what I call the data acquisition system. So it is always charged with a charger, a voltage charger. So that is how we have our system. So to add on, we have the DAC, which is the data acquisition system. Well,
Maintenance, yes. I wanted to hear.
Yeah, so maintenance is done by the free auto team, and I am the free auto technician. Facility level. Oh yes, we always have technicians in those facilities, and if there is no technician, then we have a focal person we always attend with. So in case of any failure in the system, we are always in touch with them remotely to ensure that we have the troubleshooting going on, and in case it's beyond what they can handle, then we go on site.
Dr. Mugahi, we have, for example, in Rabbi Hospital, we have midwives, we have Janet, who is now a technician. She works in Uganda, she's a technician, she's very good. So we build capacity of the health workers to be able to handle, to troubleshoot. Yes, exactly. Thanks, Sylvia.
So thank you with that. So that is how we have this, and this is the system in general, and that is how we manage it and service it. We do periodic servicing every 3 months. Yes, we have 2 facilities. Yes, in Kalisizo and in St. Joseph's Chamliva, they are powered and supplied by solar systems, and they are running well. So it does.
How easy is it for you to orient our biomedical engineers in the regional workshops to maintain such systems in case we have an aspect of integration? Because as ministry, we already have our systems that are existent and we would wish to establish follow-up systems. We would wish to continue running along the already existing systems. So we are bringing on new technology. How easy is it for this technology to be transferred onto the existing structures? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rani. So one of the things that actually we noticed as a report from people who are working, say, with Masaka regional workshop, is this system is really easy to train. So once we have technicians or engineers, it's easy for us to train them and empower them to actually use and maintain this system. Currently, most of these workshops are actually overwhelmed. So we have been supporting the maintenance of the systems, and they've been benefiting from our maintenance services. But I think that's one of the things that we would want to work with the Ministry of Health, if it would be able to provide the capacity for us to train, and then they can be able to maintain some of these systems, because these are simple systems that can be maintained by our engineers and technicians.
So in Tanzania, for instance, we are augmenting our biomedical technicians with the Ministry of Health's technicians, so we're increasing our capacity and reducing the need for travel from our hubs, because we have hubs, and that's working really well. And I was very excited to see that you were investing in a huge capability, I guess, in terms of biomedical engineering. So I think we'd love to talk to you about the way in which we could augment and train. And there are aspects of this system that's very important for us to keep a certain level of accreditation. And I think we could talk to you about that. But I think we could work together to really uplift the capacity of your biomedical engineers. And it's what we're really excited about, because we have this vision that we will train 500,000 children in the next 5 years. We will not do it alone. So we really want to form, I guess, strategic national partnerships that will enable us to cover every public health facility that needs our help. And the other thing I was going to talk about, which I think Dr. Gray might be a little bit shy to talk about, but we actually have a solar innovation that we're about to start piloting in Mbarara that could significantly reduce the cost of the supply of solar. And Brenda, do you want to talk a little bit about why?
Yeah, so a bit on the spot, so bear with me. The idea, the evidence is clear that solar powered oxygen can be a really cost-effective intervention. Currently, there is some really good research out of Uganda showing the system costs about $20,000 US. Nigeria is about $40,000 US. What we've tried to do is simplify it by removing the need for batteries. So it's a very simple idea that we make oxygen while the sun shines, store it in our oxygen store, and the baby breathes from that at night time. The idea again is cheaper and more appropriate to store oxygen molecules rather than electrons in the battery. And also we keep it simple by avoiding the need for inverters that can supply the power required for oxygen concentrators are really quite expensive. And so by sticking with direct current, we circumvent the need for that. So we're building a technical trial at Mbarara Regional, Frio to Uganda headquarters next week or two, and again that's funded by Grand Chinese Government also.
Mara, do you want to talk about the costs or? Yeah.
So right now we literally are on the last day of our pilot in Uganda. So we have preliminary commercial data, but it's not, I guess it hasn't been analysed and confirmed. And the way that we would like to look at the cost is a joint contribution model, as I talked about. So we are an organisation, we're not for profit and we're about impact, but we're also about sustainability, and we think it's really important that we build capacity and that we work together so that if anything happened to Frio too, don't think we'd all get run over by a bus, but we really want to make sure that we're imparting knowledge and skills, and that takes contribution on both sides. So as I said, in Tanzania we're looking at joint contributions, so some will be at this stage donor funded, and we're thinking capital costs will be donor funded, so it will be more like the OPEX side of it that we would require support from, but that doesn't have to be cash necessarily. I think we can be strategic and, as I said, augment our team, your teams, so I'd love to sit down and really understand even in more detail how we could work together. Yeah.
Yes, I already answered that. We are using solar system as the power of supply in two facilities, that is Kalisizo Hospital and St. Joseph's Family Development Center, where it is successfully running and we are very well. Yes. So maybe the last part I did not talk about is that the data acquisition system has internet connectivity to be able to acquire the information, the output pressure, and all the details, the oxygen purity are all sent to a server system where they are analyzed by the IT department. So when installed anywhere, someone can easily remotely get information about how the system is running, the output of the patients, and how often the system is being used. So it is a very simple system and very easy to use, very simple to install. Thank you so much.
I think thank you so much.
Okay.
We can have this.
Yes, we commission, we launch, and all right. And we go. Thank you very much. And we say 302 Oxygen AAS is launched in Uganda. Thank you very much. Oxygen as a service. Thank you. I would request a very group of people that before you sit, you go for the group photograph You know, we are getting a lot of feedback from our online viewers, and it's quite encouraging. We are not only excited here, but also outside. Here, okay. Cameraman, please. That photograph, the dignitaries say it can be anywhere. Yes, and I guess.
Yes, we'll go to the top. If you can fit in, briefly.
Fred, you missed out.
You want the pictures?
Others can be on focus.
I know Dr. Elena wants to sit down.
Okay. Free oxygen. He said free oxygen.
Oxygen as a service or to AAS.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Dennis, my MC, guidance, please. I'm going for lunch. What is coming up? But just remind us that the remaining sessions are very brief and short. Like I said, the longest is lunch, is the longest session, and then the other two are very, very brief. We request for your patience.
Thank you so much.
I want to be informed about, to be updated about our meals. And Dennis, wherever you are, please guidance. Okay, I'm told we have coupons, people giving out coupons. We'll stand side by side where our guests are passing so that we receive coupons and we go for lunch. Can we give ourselves a timeline for lunch? We're going to the poolside. Timeline, guidance for how long can our lunch take? It is now 4. Yes, we need to be back. Can we give ourselves 30 minutes of lunch so that we are back and we do the final words and a few communications, then we'll go away. Yes. Without wasting any time, I will request, okay, we can say a short prayer for food, and then we shall begin with the front desks, and we'll go for lunch. Okay, we say a prayer for food. We have ourselves for a prayer for food. Bless us, O Lord, and these are your gifts which you are about to receive from your holy goodness through our Christ, the one who saves us and the one who provides us. Amen. Okay, we go for lunch. People with coupons, please be on standby to give everybody coupons. 4:35 we should be back and to finalize whatever we are doing. By 5:20 we should be out of this place.
Yeah, I think they're done now.
Thank you.
They're done with the event. Oh, are they? Yeah. So let's wait.
Yes, lunch is being served at the pool side. When you get the coupon, just move to the pool side. That's why lunch is served.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, do you have a card number? Thank you.
They give me the card with my message. Okay, that's my card.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right. I wanted us to discuss.
You have a card? It is a big thing here in Uganda.
Yeah.
No, we have to jump on this. It's amazing thing. And you know, you've given the example, it means that everyone can do it. When someone understands the community, it's like, someone has
We'll have a very brief session after lunch, not more than half an hour. If you have your telephone, you have something, please ensure your personal equipment safety. Don't leave your telephone. Please mind your gadgets. Do not return in show. Please get a coupon. We are going by the pool side. If you have your gadgets, please take personal responsibility. Take personal responsibility. 302 has no insurance cover for private property.
Yes, I request you to take your seats as I talk about Sheila. Today we learn that Sheila is the country manager for 302 Foundation, Uganda. She holds a biomedical engineering degree from Makerere University and gained experience working on oxygen systems in southwestern Uganda. Sheila is a recipient of the 2016 Commonwealth Professional Award, Aminas of the Young African Leaders Initiative, and was awarded the 2014 Millet Fellowship. And today we learned that she even graduated with a first class degree. Please give a hand of applause to Sheila because she has done us great. Thank you very much. And being a moderator, I wish you take your seats, lead your team and you take your seats so that we do this session as fast as possible. And I trust that you will keep time for sure. You have all my trust. I prepare my microphones. A quick reminder, if you are still outside, you are missing this session for sure. Yes, in front of us is a group of dignitaries, and they are only going to talk about briefly introducing oxygen as a service, the one we have been talking about, our today's slogan, O2AAS. Please take the mantle. Thank you very much.
Welcome back everyone for lunch. Good afternoon. And thank you all for coming. We are really happy and excited to have you here on this day.
I think it's a big day for FRIO2. We started in 2016 just as research here in Uganda at Mbarara, where we're doing technical testing of a system. We moved on to clinical trials in 2018 and started implementing this transition to scale program, which I think we'll be sharing about some of the interesting results we've got from this program. And definitely what the future holds for us. So as FRIO2, we are here to stay and support and work with various partners to ensure that children have access to the oxygen that they need. So this is going to be short. I know we are all really rushing to either go back to Kampala or travel to wherever we've traveled from. So it's going to be quite fast. Maybe in the meantime, I'll have everyone in the panel introduce themselves.
Hello, I think I spoke earlier, but my name is Moira and I am acting CEO, so representing Roger Rasul, actual CEO at FRIO2 Foundation, so I've got very big shoes to fill. And yeah, just thrilled to be here and absolutely overwhelmed by what's happened today, the conversations that we've had, and the engagement at so many levels for FRIO2 and what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you all for coming here. My name is Amina Nanyondo, and I'm the Uganda Business Development Manager for FRIO2. I am so excited to see you here and for the possibility of us partnering together with the different people that are here in their capacity and organizations and institutions. Thank you very much.
I think everyone's heard enough from me. I think just
So today we are launching a program to improve access to oxygen in Uganda and specifically for children. So I'll talk briefly about FRIO2. So FRIO2 is a non-government organization and not-for-profit based in Australia and currently has operations in Uganda and Tanzania and currently expanding to the Solomon Islands as well. We are committed to saving lives and we do that in a number of ways. One, by developing innovative technologies and deploying them in settings like ours, so designing equipment that's specifically suited for low resource settings and creating different partnerships to ensure that these innovations are sustainable and they can actually create the impact that they need to create. So I'll go through our global impact. Since we started, we've had over 3,800 children treated. We are currently in over 41 health facilities, not just in Uganda, but in Tanzania as well. We've had over 800 different health workers trained. I think if you're from here and you're from a facility, we've done trainings in all the facilities where we currently work. And similar to what Yewande earlier talked about, we've used the child trainings that have been developed to actually scale up the training for oxygen, hypoxemia diagnosis, use of equipment, delivery of oxygen. Yeah, so I think most of us have actually gained and benefited from these kinds of trainings. So we've trained over 800 people, not just in Uganda, but the program has also been scaled to Tanzania. The problem has honestly been discussed elaborately today, which is hypoxemia. And I think all of us have, if we work in a facility, we've probably experienced some form of a shortage of oxygen or had a story, or I think this has been elaborated throughout today, and I really don't want to dwell much on this. I really want to go and talk about the work that we've been doing. So our solutions, large country programs have shown that access to oxygen can be improved. Again, as we talked about, through partnerships, through innovations, through us working together, and the problems with oxygen, again, are multifaceted. So not just one solution can actually provide there's no single solution to all the oxygen problems, but it's just finding solutions that fit different problems in our different health facilities. Of course, we also talked about documenting the improvement in oxygen access, including measuring availability, use, and cost. And this has been a huge thing for us. Again, we talked a lot about data today, having no oxygen data available. And this is something that we have really been in this program that we've been implementing. We've really been trying to collect a lot of data, both clinical, technical data, and economic data. So I think I'm going to skip the oxygen as a service, and I'll have my colleague elaborate more about it. But I'll just go to explain the system, what the system is, and how different is it from what else is out there. I know my colleague Hilda, our technician, our engineer/technician, explained what the system is like. So I'll just briefly take us through just again. So we have the clinician side, where our hope is that clinicians do not have to struggle with equipment. We've seen nurses, trying to figure out concentrators, turning them on, turning them off, maintaining them. We've seen many things happening in hospitals. Sometimes you even find mothers trying to open or close oxygen cylinders just so that their children can get oxygen. But our hope is to make the system so simple and easy to use that if you need oxygen, all a health worker has to do is turn a knob and give the child the appropriate measurements according to the training they received. And then at the back end, of course, we have oxygen production, where our primary source is currently oxygen concentrators, producing about 10 liters per minute. And we've innovated really innovative storage systems, one like the low pressure or oxygen storage bag, something that's currently at the total ward of Mbarara Hospital. And if you're interested and you still have time in Mbarara, feel free to pass by the pediatric ward to just visit this system and see. So it has the ability to store, the one at Mbarara is storing over 200 liters of oxygen, but the one we installed in Rakai has a capacity of up to 1,000 liters of oxygen. So what that means is that when power goes off, you have extra 1,000 liters that can be used, and this has been stored from the concentrator running while providing oxygen to the child. And then if that gets depleted, then we move to the most expensive source of oxygen, which are the cylinders. And I think we all know the challenges with cylinders, especially the logistics. So we always try to make sure that we minimize cylinder usage and thus reduce cost of oxygen systems. This is the low pressure oxygen storage system in Mbarara. It has been running since 2018 and serving with a capacity to serve 4 children at the same time with a maximum flow rate of 2 liters per minute. We've had so many children being saved from this system, and I won't delve in too much, but this was actually the basis for our work in Uganda. And this graph just shows that irrespective of the power cuts that we see, if you're able to see the purple line, that's the patient line. And I think we demonstrated it on the system behind that. Even if you switch off the concentrators, the system will automatically come in and ensure that the patient will always have oxygen. So that's, you always have an interrupted flow, and that's what we need, especially for our children. So with the transition to scale program, which we've been implementing in the 20 health facilities we've been working in, based on our positive results from the Mbarara study, and we published some of the work we did in Mbarara, so you can find it online, where we were able to have 100% oxygen availability for a period of 3 months, delivered over 500,000 liters of oxygen, and saved the hospital over 72 cylinders in oxygen. So you can calculate how much money that is. So we started the transition to scale program in January 2021, and basically the program covered a number of aspects. So the clinical training, as I talked about, and then we came in and installed, first provided a pulse oximeter so that people would actually be able to tell which child needs oxygen and which one does not. And then we came in and installed the oxygen system after 3 months, and also provided training at that point on use and maintenance of equipment as well as oxygen delivery, and then continued collecting data so that we'd be able to compare pre-intervention period versus the post-intervention period. And this work would not be possible without the partnership with Babies and Mothers Alive. So Babies and Mothers Alive works in the Greater Masaka region and has really been our base for implementing this program, and we are extremely grateful for the support that we have got from Babies and Mothers Alive. So I think I'll hand over to Bryn to just take us through the preliminary clinical results from some of the work that we've done.
Thank you, Sheila. A bit of disclosure. This is my first time presenting biostats and epidemiology data. Next slide, please. And usually you put this at the end, but I thought it'd be remiss in case we run out of time. I wanted to put it front and centre. It's my honour to present on behalf of the whole team. Some bookkeeping first. These results are really preliminary. We actually had a bit of a think about whether we could present it yet, but we just thought this was too good an opportunity with the Ministry of Health and other partners in the room. So please keep in mind this data is incomplete. Only 17 out of 20 health facilities have data in it. And also all this work was done with approval of the MUST IRB, UNCST and the University of Melbourne Ethics Committee. So we did a phased implementation, but it wasn't randomised. This shows the anticipated rollout. In actuality, we heard from Uganda about the challenges around COVID. In reality, it was actually more steppy than what you're looking at here. But yeah, again, thanks to Sheila and the team, we're able to keep going on it. So the pre-intervention data started 3 months before the system installation and the healthcare worker training. And the post-intervention data started 2 weeks after that training session. So we allowed 2 weeks for washout period and for healthcare workers to get used to the system. The outcomes are compared within and between health facilities at different time points, pre and post-intervention. The idea being that this will allow us to pull out confounding factors, including time. Next slide, please. So you can see that we had over 3,600 admissions in the pre-intervention period and a bit over 4,000 in the post-intervention period. It's a bit hard to see here, but North Chigezi is an outlier because the post-intervention numbers are more than 3 times the pre-intervention numbers. So we'll investigate whether that's real, and if so, why. Next slide, please. So, as we've heard today, and many of you in the audience already know, hypoxemia is particularly common in unwell babies. We were able to show a 12% lower prevalence in the post-intervention cohort. And just, there's only a few more slides, but the row highlighted in blue highlights where the p-value is below 0.05, and so the statistical significance is high enough for us to have some confidence in. Next slide, please. So generally speaking, the distribution of the oxygen sats on admission were the same in the pre and post cohort. This is important because it allows us to compare the two populations quite easily. Okay, so with the baseline data, the facilities had reasonably good oxygen access, even in pre-intervention, and we were able to increase this by 10%, but only in all admissions and in the infants and children, which is valuable because these are two really important cohorts. Next slide, please. So this slide presents the proportion of children who needed oxygen but experienced an interruption of 10 minutes or more. So you can see that even I'm struggling to see from here, the pneumonia admissions and neonates were quite confident in those numbers as evinced by the low p-value. So that's encouraging, we're able to change them. Just bear with me. Oh yes, and the other take-home message from this slide is we saw a 35% reduction in the risk of oxygen interruption for hypoxemic neonates. So we can make three statistically significant statements from the data we've seen so far. Namely, we've seen a 25% reduction in mortality overall, a 35% reduction in neonatal mortality, and a 24% reduction in mortality for children who are hypoxemic during any stage of their admission. Perhaps we only got this data, we only analysed this data within 24 hours ago, so it really is preliminary. So take this with a grain of salt, but perhaps what the data is telling us is it's about reliability, not just availability. Maybe it's reliable oxygen saves lives instead of oxygen saved lives. After all, we saw in the pre-intervention data that many of the health facilities had reasonably good access to oxygen, but were unable to maintain it during the entire time the patient was at hospital. So if this data is real, it's really quite exciting. Sheila and I had a bit of a moment yesterday when we saw it. I don't know what I was expecting, but I think because the baseline data in terms of oxygen being in the clinics was relatively high, and so it would be hard to demonstrate a change. But I'm still a bit shocked by it. So it's really encouraging, and it is worth pointing out that the free O2 oxygen system by itself hasn't achieved this change. We've heard about Barmer and Chai's work with the healthcare worker training. So it really is a whole lot of things coming together to make this change in mortality. Next slide. Yeah, so we are really quite proud of it. And I would like to highlight the frontline healthcare workers who work day in, day out delivering the care. That's it.
Hello, Joseph? Mr. Joseph? Sorry, we're just waiting for the next presentation. I guess while we wait for the presentation to appear, I'd just like to say, I mean, this is amazing work that has been done, and the pilot here in Uganda has helped us initiate a pilot in Tanzania that we could literally just run with. We were able to lift the amazing content and learnings and start and do something in 3 months, just because of the rigor and what's been developed during this pilot in Mbarara. And really, we're at a stage now at FREO2 where we feel, in the past, as you can see, there's been so much rigor and learning, and we really were an organisation that was focused on learning and then doing. But we're about to shift pace and turn into an organisation and a foundation that is doing and learning. So we're very excited to be able to share some of our next 5-year strategy and some very specific activities that we want to do in the next 12 months. Sorry, I forgot I was on the clicker. So the first thing we want to do, because now we have an oxygen as a service, we've got equipment that is CE marked, and we understand the wraparound services like training and support and maintenance, we feel we can very comfortably and confidently scale. So in order to scale, we need to strengthen and grow our in-country programs by cultivating strong, enduring partnerships with public and private partners. And that's why my spirits are so lifted today to be in the room with the Ministry of Health and hear the open invitation to partner and talk to us to understand how we can grow and scale together. So part of our 12-month strategy is actually started to almost get a tick today in terms of the first step. So one of the reasons I'm extremely excited about what's happened today. So as you can see, our real focus in the next 12 months is to secure signed public partnerships with the Ugandan and Tanzanian Ministries of Health. And we have done that with the Tanzania Ministry of Health. And I think positive signs here today that we are in a position to do that with the Ministry of Health in Uganda as well, which is just fantastic. We want to recruit at least 2 new private partnerships, faith-based partnerships in both Uganda and Tanzania, and ideally partners that operate at a national level and that can help us scale each at least 30 to 50 facilities. So again, a way that we can really leverage relationships and infrastructure to be able to move and treat more babies, which is exactly what we want to do. And the idea is that we will deploy 17 new systems, both in Uganda and Tanzania. I say that we have and can confidently deploy our oxygen as a service, but we are constantly iterating, constantly picking up information and feedback from the field, and we encourage you to share with Sheila any learnings or any suggestions, because we will continue to adapt even that system that you see today. There are even a few new things that I won't go into now that we plan to do in the next 2 months to assure effectiveness there. So the second, pillar of our strategy is about transforming health outcomes. And I guess every single person here in the room is a key decision maker when it comes to health outcomes. So again, having partnerships with people like you will help us achieve this strategy. And I look forward to working so closely with some really passionate and great minds. But when we talk about this, we want to really work hand in hand with the government. There's a lot of great skills and thought and strategy gone into the Oxygen Scale-Up program. So it's really important we inject ourselves there. I think as well, listening to Chai, and we've had meetings with PATH, there's just some amazing initiatives in pulse oximetry that we want to leverage and grow. And so we really see that this will be achieved through partners, and we have some amazing medical clinicians back in Melbourne who we really look forward to coming up with innovative new ideas. So training is a big thing, so Uganda, I will come back and definitely talk to you about how we can train together. Using digital technology, we hear mobile phones are everywhere, so perhaps there's a way that we can really get some tele-mentoring happening in the field, but definitely some training, and obviously, pulse oximeters at a dispensary level 2, level 3 level, so we can really ensure that the kids who need oxygen get oxygen and get referrals through. I talked earlier about innovations like OxyPump. We're so excited about a mobile oxygen system that will enable babies in extreme rugged environments. We're actually about to pilot it in Tanzania on an island called Mafia. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but there are about 7 islands surrounding one main island, and there's a huge referral problem. So OxyPump has to work on a boat with water splashing, on bicycles, in cars, but it's really about getting babies to centres where they can get the right treatment. So we're very excited about that, and initiatives, as we've talked about before, in terms of neonates in CPAP and blending. So there's lots of thinking there. And again, there's my trip, we've had some amazing thinkers who are doing such innovative educational and awareness initiatives that we would love to piggyback and learn from them. Very excited working with Doris Mollel, the fact that she's injecting, training into the science curriculum at a school level, and that would be our dream, to be able to leverage and really increase awareness of respiratory failure, I guess at many levels, from birth asphyxia to prematurity to pneumonia. Okay, so the next pillar of our strategy, and I might get Bryn to talk to this as well, but I'll kick it off. We have a system, and it's been quite labour intensive to get it where it is. But now our role really is to look at innovative ways in terms of how we can drive down the cost of delivery of 1 litre of oxygen. So really what we want to do is look at cost drivers to make our oxygen provision more affordable, and in turn obviously increase our ability to be able to treat more children. But everything that we do on the innovation side or on the commercial side, it really cannot certainly reduce our ability to impact more children. It must increase our ability to impact and treat more children. So that's something that's very close to our hearts at the moment. As we look at sustainable business models, we really can't forget that we're all about impact first, and we feel strongly that we can create sustainable business models and increase impact and not lose our focus in terms of impact and being a true not-for-profit. Okay, so the activities on this side, and as I said, I'll let Bryn talk about different things, but definitely industrialising our support and maintenance system, and things that we've just talked about with the Ministry of Health, like leveraging existing capacity and augmenting our teams, but also uplifting the capacity within the health system is a huge, added capability that will help us scale. We're really interested and feel if we could manufacture in Africa, we could significantly reduce the cost, certainly the capex cost of our machines. And we've had very warm discussions with both Ugandan and Tanzanian ministries of health when we talk about this idea. And our manufacturer in Germany is actually quite open to it. So we're in an exploratory phase, not saying we'll do it, but it's something we're really interested in. So if there are any partners in the room who are interested in talking to us about this strategy, we'd love to talk. The other aspect of what we do, which I will pass over to Bryn because he's the expert, but we've got to look at ways that we can reduce power consumption, because power and electricity are one of the main cost drivers of the delivery of oxygen once the system's been in place. And I might get Bryn, you have a microphone, to talk about some of the power provision, storage and cylinder initiatives that we're looking at.
Thank you, Moira. Yes, so as Maureen's mentioned, the cost of running a concentrator can quickly outweigh the capital cost of it. It is a bit nuanced though, because often that cost is borne by the health facility. So again, it points back to partnerships to work together to drive down the overall cost of that oxygen, irrespective of who's paying in this scenario. So in terms of innovative power provision, so we have a test system in Mbarara, a technical trial we're undertaking at the moment. As I mentioned briefly, when we were doing the ribbon carding, it removes two of the major costs of solar oxygen. Michael Hawkes and Hamish Graham have done some fantastic work around solar oxygen in Uganda and Nigeria respectively, and Trevor Duke in Papua New Guinea. So again, we know that it can be a very cost-effective intervention, but the capital upfront cost is just too high at the moment. In terms of innovative storage, Hilda and I are currently assembling an LPOS that holds 10,000 litres of oxygen, so about 1.5 cylinders worth of oxygen that will be filled by a concentrator. So, I mean, at some point, once we're storing enough oxygen or filling enough oxygen locally, we can consider not having a cylinder present. Obviously, that's a very important decision to make because you're losing redundancy and while you're looking after a very sick child. And regarding innovative cylinder consumption, a variant of prioritiser, the ribbon cutting feels like quite a while ago, but if you can imagine if there's a demand for 12 litres per minute of oxygen, it's possible to take 10 litres per minute of oxygen from the concentrator and augment that with 2 litres per minute from the cylinder. So we haven't really focused on high flow applications yet, but we think that could increase the efficiency and lower the cost of the oxygen per patient. I better hand the mic back.
Thank you, Bryn. And I guess on the cylinder consumption side, we are looking at very early stages at compressors. And again, if there are any inventors out there that have ideas, we're always open to listening. And then data. So I've seen it in most of the presentations today, how important data is. And for those who were able to really see the system up close, you could see that we are remotely gathering data from the running systems in all the facilities that we operate. And that data, if you recall Sheila's graph, feeds through to us. So we can see power going crazy, but for us that continuous purple line is so important. And that comes back to Brent's comment about reliability. So over time, we are uniquely placed to get some real hardcore data from the periphery, and we'd like to think that it will enable us to be better in terms of our fault management, so we can be very quick and early to diagnose a fault, improve the effectiveness. But also, we feel that some of the data, as I said, that we're uniquely placed together, could really help inform policy and decision making. So we're very excited about the data and how we see ourselves using that into the future. Okay, so really we can't do any of this unless we strengthen our financial position to realise our plan. And we see ourselves, as we talked to before, about partnerships and equal contributions or joint contributions, which definitely will help. But we really want to build, resilience into how we're operating. So from an impact funding point of view, we're really keen to increase our, multi-year untied funding, which really gives us the freedom to realise this strategy rather than have to change to meet requirements or have heavy reporting burdens. So that's one of our main goals. The other is to look at ways that we can start to get contributions directly on the ground from Uganda. I had some very interesting conversations about Ugandan Rotary, actually just over lunch. So it's encouraging to see that we can start to get some local contribution rather than international to what we're doing. So that's a very exciting part for the next 12 months of what we'll do. That's move on from that one. And then key, I mean, you can see the amazing people we have today on the stage, Amina and Sheila. We've got Nico in Australia, Brother George, and our latest member of the team, Caroline. Our dream is to grow future leaders. And we realize that perhaps not everyone that we grow inside 302 will be here forever, but we really want them to be champions and possibly partners as they grow. So we really want to invest in leadership training and looking at, again, partners to look at a leadership academy that we can look at ways to support and give the confidence to take on this big leadership role that we need to have, that we need to do to be able to influence at the levels that we want to influence. So we want a contagious culture, so hopefully you've seen a little bit of it today. Yeah, as even Bryn said, you know, we see our team really getting on a global platform and being global ambassadors for East Africa. Talked a bit about that. So we can quickly go into our 5-year strategy. I'm conscious that it's really, really late. Do you think we should, or should we? Okay, so in terms of accelerate impact, we really want to be supporting at least 607 health facilities in Uganda. Perhaps that number could grow based on conversations that we've had today, because if we can leverage partnerships and skills and capacity, I think there's an ability to actually to overshoot that number. We're looking at deploying about, I would say about 1,500. It's a very specific number up there. And ideally, we want to train 100,000 children in the next 5 years. And again, we will not do that alone. We will do that with you, standing by our side. And definitely private partnerships with faith-based medical boards in East Africa, as well as MOHs in each of the East African countries. In terms of transforming health outcomes, again, we've talked about it, but we really want to see exemplary pulse oximetry diagnosis skills in every facility that we serve. We want pulse oximetry diagnosis skills in every dispensary level 2, level 3 facility that we serve. We really want to look at it as scalable digital platform. And again, we think there are amazing people doing this, so it's about probably leveraging partners to be able to do this. And our mobile oxygen supply, we see this as key. And it will be our dream that every facility that needs to refer has the opportunity to have one of our mobile oxygen systems once we deploy them to the market. And we're very excited about some education and awareness. We know that 50% of children who require oxygen don't even make it to a level 2 or a dispensary. So we want to look, and I know lots of other people are doing the same thing, so jointly look at ways that we can influence that number, that we can extend our reach further into the periphery, take it to the last mile, and ensure that, you know, just awareness of these terrible diseases and knowledge of when early pregnancies could occur or prematurity. So we're very keen to continue and work with others in that space. In terms of the innovation side of things, as we said, we're talking about exploring it in the next 12 months. We'd love in 5 years to see that we've actually established some facilities. We'd love to be up here talking about how we've totally, you know, innovated and revolutionized power alternatives in the periphery. And our data, we really want to see how we can share and make our data work for others. In terms of the reduction in price of supply of oxygen, we'd like to see that we could make a mark and reduce it by 30%. Again, we would love in 5 years that there will be a switch and that 80% of our funding and resources are Ugandan sourced. So really, we're here just helping in terms of any global initiatives, but Uganda and the team are the people who are running and sourcing the revenue to fund our growth. And really that through this process and our innovation, we've catalyzed some really exciting, innovative social enterprises. We are, as I said, we are a not-for-profit and we are about impact. But what we would love is that our innovations could seed external social enterprises that could in turn support us. But we're very excited about where some of the innovations we talked about today could really, I guess, uplift the economy inside Uganda. And in terms of our leaders, which I think Sheila and Amina are there already, but we really want to make sure that we have inspirational country leaders who are global champions and ambassadors on the world stage. And we just really want everyone who works inside FRIO to be realizing their passion and being their best selves, and ideally really enjoying, knowing that it's sometimes pretty sad but very important work. So that really does excite us. So I will finish on a picture from a recent trip to Mafia Island, where we installed our first pilot there. And you can see a pretty happy team because we achieved it and all the hard work is over. But that's the kind of organization we would like to run. So I thank you all again, and I apologize for keeping you all so late, but hopefully you're excited by what we plan to do. And if you've got any suggestions or any questions, we'd love to talk to you. So yes, I will say goodbye on behalf of the FRIO2 team. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you to the entire team. Thank you. We are happy, we've had, and I think there's lots to take home about. Amina and John Bosco, please agree how we can conclude. Is there any particular question? Are we good, Amina? So we have come to the end. Just to ask, is there any question? No. Okay.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Amina Nanyondo. I think I'm going to stand here. So thank you very much for coming to this wonderful conference. Honestly, I'm the person who has been organizing this conference, and trust me, it is not quite easy, but at least I'm so happy that reaching out to all of you to be here, you've agreed and honored our invitations. I'm really grateful. I don't know how much I can express that, but thank you so much for being here, and thank you for... First of all, I'd like to also thank God who helped all of you to reach here safely. It's a long journey. Most of you are coming from far, Kampala, Kisizi, Bwindi, different parts of the world. But thank you very much, and thanks to God that you're here in one piece. And I also pray God to see you through safely when you're going back after our closing session, which is almost this one. I would like to thank our partners, both global and local partners. We have very many. I'm sure I've been seeing so many of them. Grand Challenges Canada being one of them, supporting us through all these years. And also locally, we have the Ministry of Health, we have Babies and Mothers Alive, we have CHAI, we have Adara, so many partners. Honestly, there are so many that I literally have a list, but I don't want to mention all of them, but not to forget Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. You've housed us. like a baby, you know, from the early stages, and you've been with us throughout the entire process as we move, and you continue to support us even when we come up with all these other innovations that we want to bring to Uganda. You still welcome us to continue doing this. So thank you very much. And I would like to thank the health facilities that you've partnered with. Honestly, at the start, I'm sure it's a whole process of reaching out to all of you and asking you to, you know, if it's a new innovation, it's like you're asking someone to take a chance on you to test this out. And I'm thankful to God that it has worked. The DHOs, for us to be able to go to the public health facilities, the DHOs is the first step you go to, and they've been very supportive. Even people at the ministry as well. Everyone has been welcoming, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you so much. I want to keep this a bit brief, but I don't want to go back and forth, so I'll just thank some people we've worked with, the organizing committee for this conference. Everyone knows yourself, but at least you can see the 302 team, the Bama team all around. I'd like to thank Prosi and Upepo Media Limited. Nation Media Limited as well has been a great media sponsor for this event. So thank you so much. AET, honestly, everyone here, thank you. Now I want to invite Mora and Sheila. Bryn, you can also join the stage. Please, there's some key people and some key organizations that have been with us from Genesis up to now. And we don't know how we can thank these people enough, but we've organized something small to just show our appreciation to you all. So bear with us in the next few minutes. We want to give out some special thank yous to a few people. And on that note, I'd like the acting CEO, Mara Rowan, and also the Uganda country manager, and Bryn Soboti, the co-founder, one of the co-founders of 302 Foundation, to join me as we give this out. Firstly, first, before I present this to our acting CEO, you don't want to say anything? Okay. All right, I think so. I'll call a representative to Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital. I don't know if he's still around. Anyone from Mbarara to receive this award on behalf of Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital? Frank Chiwanuka. He's a technician at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, and he has been working a lot with 302 as well. So thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Thank you very much. So next we have a special appreciation to Clinton Health Access Initiative. I can see you one day. If you could please come and receive this on behalf of Chai, we'll be very happy.
Thank you. Tumuwa bugaro banange. Hand clap.
So this next award goes to an organization that received us when we came to this country, and we partnered with it all through Babies and Mothers Alive Foundation. Can we have someone? Dr.
The whole staff of Babies and Mothers Alive come for
stand
this.
up, please, for recognition.
The whole staff of Babies and Mothers Alive Foundation come for your award.
You can see even up to this day, they're just here supporting us, so thank you very much.
They're used to dancing. We don't have music, eh?
Unfortunately.
They are now being led by our MO, Medical Officer Dr. Mulindwa, Mentor Midwife, and our HRO, Human Resource Officer. Thank you very much for being there and for standing with us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next one goes to Clinical Services, Ministry of Health. I don't know if there is someone from the Ministry of Health who can receive this on their behalf. Okay, I think we will have to take it.
Yes, the logistician.
Mr. Jude Opolot.
Yes.
Thank you very much. He's receiving on behalf of Ministry of Health.
Thank you.
So we have some special people as well we would like to thank. May I start with Dr. Philip Sande of Kisizi Hospital.
All the way from the borders of
also recognition for also Sister Nisima Janat. I know she's not around, but probably from Rakai Hospital. Maybe someone from Rakai can receive this. Mr. Patrick, I've seen him around. Okay, if someone from Rakai is not around, we can send it. Sister Ruth Gamba Mazima from Bwindi Community Hospital. I think some of the people have not really been able to stay for long, but also we have Sister Adi Ahaire from Mbarara General Referral Hospital. Frank, please come for Sister Adi's certificate. Okay, as Frank is coming, Sister does have an M consulate from Rakai Hospital.
Records. She's gone.
Dr. William, I think you will receive on behalf of Rakai Hospital.
Yes.
Then we have Mr. Henry Kabenge from Chitogu Hospital. Someone from Chitogu, yes, is coming.
There.
All right, so these ones, I'll go through them faster. If the representative is around, please, you make your way to the stage. We have a certificate of appreciation for Villa Maria Hospital. These are health facilities that have participated in our TTS2 program.
Villa Maria is present, yes.
So, Villa Maria Hospital, Itojo Hospital, Chazanga Health Center for
Villa Maria Itojo, Itojo,
Chazanga Health Center for Kalangala Health Center for I think the MS for Chazanga has left. Rugarama Hospital, Kalangala.
Rugarama Hospital, I think. You are there. Okay.
Butenga Health Center for Rukunjiri Health Center for North Chigezi Health Center 4. Kakuto Health Center 4.
Yes, even North Kigezi, you can take it.
Kakuto Health Center 4, Kisizi Hospital.
Dr. William Kakuto Raka Ichote zona zitwale.
Yeah, Kisizi Hospital, Kevisoni Health Center 4, Rakai Hospital, Kalisizo General Hospital,
Kalisizo Tojirekayo,
Windy Community Hospital, Windy Community Hospital, Ishaka Adventist Hospital, St. Joseph's Chitobu Hospital, Kaloli Ranganya Chibare Hospital.
She's there, Chibare.
Master Care's Bethlehem Hospital.
Master Cares, yes.
Our Lady of Good Health Rushorosa Hospital. Our Lady of Rushorosa. St. Joseph's Chamliwa. Okay. So thank you very much. I know because of time some of the people have left, but we really appreciate you coming today. And we thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. Hopefully we would spike new partnership opportunities from here to make sure that we increase access to oxygen in Uganda. At this juncture, I want to invite JB for... Okay. There's other gifts, but I request we take them to the respective people because of time. Mr. JB, can you give us some closing remarks, please?
Not a lot, but yes, thank you very much, the team. I want to say that we've come to the end of the show, of the conference. We want to thank you for your patience. We want to thank you for being there for Free O2 Foundation. And this is also a commitment. This is a brick that you have added to Free O2 Foundation as an organization. Being here means a lot to us as a foundation. Your presence, we know, will turn into something tangible to the lives of our communities where we are coming from. Above all, some of the speakers have told us that we need committed societies. Let's take this gospel, let's preach this news to our various communities where we are coming from. We want to wish you well, we want to wish you safe journey mercies. We want to, God protect you for us, because what we need to do is just beginning. We still have a lot of work to do with you as stakeholders in your different capacities. Now, without wasting a lot of time, the time for anthems has ended. Beyond 6, we don't sing anthems. Yes, we are going to stand for a prayer. Then Alan wants Free O2 staff here for a a group photograph, but I think after prayer so that we release these people who are going away. And it will be a brief one because I'm very sure. Michael MC, do you think you are good enough in praying so that you give us a word or two? And I want to thank you also for taking us through this.
Let us stand for prayer. God Almighty, we thank you for each one of us. We thank you for this great day. We have been here. Oxygen is what you give us, and now we have to struggle to find it. May we get the brains to continue providing ideas on how to have oxygen. Go home safe. We thank you for the food. We really ate it, and I know it will make a big difference for us today. In the name of the One Most High, may we forever be the reason that the world is happy with enough oxygen. Amen.
Thank you very much. We wish you well. On behalf of 302 Foundation, goodbye.
HTD, empowering you.
302 Foundation staff here.